მოგესალმებით.
Good afternoon.
მოგესალმებით ბატონო ლაშა ისმის.
Good afternoon. We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Chair of the Parliament, Mr. Ministers, the honorable MPs, honorable ambassadors, dear colleagues, I would like to welcome everyone. I would like to welcome you. I would also like to welcome our guests from the European Union and Eastern Partnership countries. It is our honor to announce this conference open and to proceed with the agenda. The Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum, National Platform, and Georgian Government Joint Conference is officially open. It's an annual conference that is held in difficult times, burdened with different challenges, the pandemic, political polarization, acute political crisis, a very complex social background, occupation, and many problems, but common goal that is entitled European integration, that is entitled full membership of the European family, which is the common and steady goal of Georgian nation, sets us towards this target, and we're moving into the direction, and it all happens with the inclusive participation of the civil society and all the citizens, and especially taking into account the ambitious plan that was pronounced by all the political parties, by all political subjects during the pre-election promises. Everybody's suggesting that Georgia will, by 2024, make its call and be willing to become the member of the EU family. So this is very well known to everyone, especially to the members of the platform. We've been involved into a campaign regarding the statement about membership, and actually we went ahead of the political parties, and actually it underlines the very strong consolidation of the people around the idea. The national platform, that is the coalition of leading civil society organizations to which I'm the chair of, we have very good understanding that the next 3 years are not going to be easy. We will be facing very painful reforms. We'll be implementing those reforms, and we will be needing the actual tangible processes that we will be discussing in the course of these 2 days. And I expect that these 2 days will be extremely interesting, very busy, very critical discussions, which I believe we need a lot. Once again, I would like to thank all the speakers. I would like to welcome all of you all over again. And now I would like to give the floor to the Prime Minister of Georgia, Mr. Irakli Garibashvili, please.
სამოქალაქო საზოგადოების წარმომადგენლებს.
I would like to welcome all of our attending guests, honorable diplomats. I would like to also thank the National Platform of Eastern Partnership for organizing this high-level event. Democratic development of Georgia, integration into European family. In these endeavors, the role of the civil society is critical. We know that in Georgia, we have full consensus about the European future of Georgia, and that determines and that sets the mood for close cooperation between the government and the civil society. Support of the civil society is crucial for implementation of the reforms, which will lead us to a leadership position in the Eastern Partnership neighborhood. Today, it's the time that we move forward. We take more productive and active steps towards integration into European Union. You know that by 2024, Georgia is planning to claim the full membership, and in a near future, we will be doing our best to convince everyone that it's not only the ambition that Georgia has, but it actually deserves a full membership. And in this endeavor, we hope for the support and active participation of the civil society. The dialogue between the civil society and the government and also recommendations suggested by the civil society, and it all needs effective formats and tools. The conference that we're now participating in is one of those tools and effective formats. And despite of a short now history and existence, it became a very important tradition. Once again, I would like to thank the National Platform and for fruitful cooperation. And on behalf of myself and the government of Georgia, we stand fully ready to enhance our partnership, enhance our cooperation. And I would like to wish the conference a very productive 2 days. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. I would like to say that we have one more opening statement, and I want to give special gratitude to Mr. Oliver Varhel, the European Commissioner on Neighborhood and Expansion Issues. He showed great interest into our conference. And he wanted to know a lot of details, and it was very pleasurable. And he provided his opening statement, his welcome speech, which is very important for us because it is the direction that we need the most for the process that is entitled European integration. I would like to now show you the recording.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to address you at this joint conference of the government of Georgia and civil society representatives. Close cooperation between civil society and authorities is crucial for any democratic society. It is also necessary.
ეს ასევე ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია იმისათვის, რომ განხორციელდეს ის რეფორმები, რომელიც ყველა მოქალაქისთვის არის მნიშვნელოვანი. სამოქალაქო საზოგადოება არის მნიშვნელოვანი და საიმედო პარტნიორი ევროკავშირისთვის. ჩვენი თანამშრომლობა პარტნიორ ქვეყნებთან, აი ამ თანამშრომლობაში სამოქალაქო საზოგადოება მთავარ როლს თამაშობს all ასპექტში. ერთი პირდაპირი დახმარება ადგილობრივი თემებისთვის და საჭიროების მქონე ჯგუფებისთვის და მეორე ძალიან სანდო შუამავალი მთავრობასთან და პოლიტიკის შემუშავების პროცესში. ეს მუშაობა აუცილებლად უნდა გააგრძელდეს და მომავალში რომ ვიყურებით, მიგვაჩნია, რომ ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია კიდევ უფრო გაძლიერდეს კავშირები სამოქალაქო საზოგადოების ორგანიზაციას და მოქალაქეებს შორის და აუცილებლად უნდა გაძლიერდეს მექანიზმები მთავრობასთან მუშაობის, როგორც ეროვნულ დონეზე, ასე ადგილობრივ დონეზე. COVID-19-მა ყველაზე მოახდინა ზეგავლენა და საქართველოს რა თქმა უნდა არ არის გამონაკლისი. ევროკავშირმა ძალიან სწრაფად იმოქმედა და ძალიან არსებითი ფინანსური და ასევე სამედიცინო დახმარება აღმოაჩინა. ჩვენ ყველა ძალისხმევას ვახორციელებთ იმისთვის, რომ ადამიანების სიცოცხლე გადავარჩინოთ და მონაწილეობთ ვაქცინაციის გაფართოებულ მიწოდებაში. სამოქალაქო საზოგადოება ძალიან აქტიურად უჭერს მხარს და აძლიერებს სახელმწიფოს ძალისხმევას, მუშაობს სხვა მოწყვეტ ჯგუფებთან. ჩვენ 187 მილიონი ევრო, ესე იგი გვაქვს დახარჯული საქართველოში სამოქალაქო ეკონომიკური მიმართულებით მუშაობთ სახელმწიფოსთან და ასევე სამოქალაქო საზოგადოებასთან. ჩვენ ვაძლიერებთ ჩვენ მხარდაჭერას ძალიან ამბიციური ეკონომიკური და ასევე საინვესტიციო გეგმების ფარგლებში აღმოსავლეთ პარტნიორობის ესე იგი წრეში. ჩვენ ასევე განსაზღვრავთ წამყვან პროექტებს ქვეყნებისთვის კონკრეტულად მორგებულს იმისათვის რომ საქართველოს მოქალაქეებს კიდევ უფრო აქტიურად დავეხმაროთ. ჩვენ ასევე კავშირებს გავაძლიერებთ განსაკუთრებით შავი ზღვის ზონაში იმისთვის რომ ენერგეტიკის, ტრანსპორტის და ციფრული ინტერნეტ კავშირების გაძლიერება მოხდეს საქართველოს და ევროკავშირის შორის და აუცილებლად ეკონომიკაში მოხდება ინვესტიციები. ჩვენ დავეხმარებით საქართველოს რომ გაძლიერდეს, გახდეს უკეთესი და შეძლოს ესე იგი მწვანე და ტრანზიციული მიმართულებები გააძლიეროს. ასევე განათლება, ახალგაზრდების განვითარება, მეტი კრეატიული პროექტების განხორციელება მოხდება, ასევე რა თქმა უნდა კანონის უზენაესობა და უსაფრთხოების მიმართულება იქნება მხარდაჭერილი, კორუფციასთან ბრძოლა, მართლმსაჯულების სისტემის გაძლიერება და ამიტომ მე მოვუწოდებ სამოქალაქო საზოგადოებას რომ ერთად იმუშაოთ ამ მიმართულებებში პროგრესის მისაღწევად. მინდა კიდევ ერთხელ ხაზგასმით აღვნიშნო, საქართველო არის წამყვანი პარტნიორი ევროკავშირისთვის, ჩვენი ურთიერთობა ემყარება ძალიან ამბიციურ სამოქალაქო ასოციაციების შეთანხმებას და ღრმა და ყოვლისმომცველი სავაჭრო ურთიერთობის შეთანხმებას და ჩვენ გვინდა და გვჭირდება აუცილებლად რომ სახელმწიფო და საზოგადოება ერთად მუშაობდეს. დარწმუნებული ვიყავით რომ ევროკავშირი გააგრძელებს თქვენ მხარდაჭერას ქართული ხალხის სასიკეთოდ და სასარგებლოდ. გისურვებთ წარმატებულ კონფერენციას.
მივესალმები ბატონ კომისარს, იმედი გვაქვს რომ სწორედ ამის თაობაზე ჩვენი კონფერენციაც რომ ესე ვთქვათ მნიშვნელოვანი პარტნიორიდან იმედი მაქვს რომ მალე საქართველოს
Georgia as one of the key partners for the EU. It may be too loud and too ambitious to say, but that's our hope and that's our dream and that's a goal to become a member of the European Union. And I do hope that in a certain amount of time it will turn to be a reality. Now I would like to invite Mr. Ambassador, Mr. Hartel, but before I give the floor to him for his opening speech, I would like to express my gratitude. I understand it's an extraordinary situation, and I do understand. And I also do believe that instead of hearing thank yous, Mr. Hartzell would rather talk business because he's a very practical and hands-on man. But I still cannot resist, and I want to thank Mr. Hartzell on behalf of the platform, which is more than 200 organizations. He represents the European Union. He is the image of the European Union, and this is one of the best images that we've seen. And Mr. Hartzell is the one that is called a true partner, a true friend. He did everything. He did a lot, and he contributed to solving and mitigating the political crisis, and he continues to contribute, and he does everything to make sure that Georgia goes back to the road which is called a good pathway, good road towards the European Union. And that is why I want to thank him. And I'm sure that many citizens would be joining me in my words. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ambassador. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Lasha, for your very kind words. I am humbled. I hope I'm visible as well.
No, I hear just your voice, but it's okay.
ვერ ხედავთ. შეიძლება რამე ტექნიკური პრობლემაა და ვერ ხედავთ ბატონ ჰარცელს. მე თვითონაც ვერ ხედავ ჩემ თავს ეკრანზე, მაგრამ მე მგონი ძალიან აქტიურად ვუყურებ ჩემ თავს ისედაც და ამიტომ აღარ დავალოდები გამოსახულების გამოსწორებას და ავიწყებ. მადლობა ბატონ ლაშა, კოლეგებო, მეგობრებო, ჩემთვის ძალიან დიდი პატივია ბატონ პრემიერ-მინისტრთან, ბატონ კომისართან ერთად და თქვენთან ერთად ამ ღონისძიებაში, ესე იგი მონაწილეობის მიღება ქაბატონ კუპრაძიშვილთან და ქაბატონ სუხისთან ერთად. ძალიან მინდა დავიწყოთ და მოგილოცოთ. მოვულოცო ორგანიზაცია, სამღონიზების ჩატარება. გადავხედე დღის წესრიგს და ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია და ძალიან აქტუალური თემებია და ასევე გადავხედე მომხსენებლებს და დარწმუნებული ვარ, რომ ყველა საკითხი ამომწურავად იქნება და არავის იმედი არ გაუცრუდება. საქართველოს ევროპულ არჩევანზე საუბრობდით და ასევე გამოწვევებზე და სხვა შორის გამახსენდა სულ ერთ-ერთი პირველთაგანი ინტერვიუსი, რომელიც ჩავწერე, მე მეტაფორა გამოვიყენე საქართველოს როგორც თვითმფრინავი, რომელიც ესე იგი ასაფრენ ბილიკზე თავზე უვლის და ემზადება დაჯდომისთვის, ასე იგი ამ დასაფრენ ბილიკზე ემზადება ამ პროცესისთვის. საქართველოს აქვს ყველაფერი იმისთვის, რომ ნამდვილად აიწიოს ჰაერში და ნამდვილად მიაღწიოს დანიშნულების ადგილს. ნამდვილად აქვს ყველაფერი იმისთვის, რომ საქართველოს ჰაერშიც აფრინდეს და ასე ვთქვათ ბალისტიკური სისწრაფით წავიდეს ამ მიმართულებით. უკვე გარკვეული დრო გავიდა, რაც საქართველოში ვარ. ესე იგი გარკვეული ნაბიჯები წინ გადაიდგა, ასევე იყო ესე ვთქვათ გამოეცალა რაღაც ნაწილები. გამომდინარე ადგილობრივი რეგიონალური დაძაბულობიდან, გამომდინარე პანდემიიდან, მაგრამ ჩემთვის ყველაზე მნიშვნელოვანი არის ის, რომ ევროპული მიმართულება საქართველოს და ევროპული სულისკვეთება არის ძალიან მყარნიადაგზე ნაშენები. ეს დაწყებული ანტიკური ევროპული ისტორიიდან და კულტურიდან გამომდინარე, ასევე საქართველოს იყო ის ადგილი, სადაც წამყვანი ევროპული ფილოსოფია, ესე იგი ყალიბდებოდა, ასევე მაგალითად 1921 წლის კონსტიტუცია კიდევ ერთ-ერთი ძალიან დიდი მაგალითია და ის მემკვიდრეობა ჯერ კიდევ არის ძალიან მყარად გამჯდარი თითოეულ მოქალაქეში და მთელ საზოგადოებაში. და ეს არის გადამწყვეტი მნიშვნელობის. ერთი, რომ ესე იგი მოხდეს ფორმულირება პროევროპული სტრატეგიის, ესე იგი რომელიც დაემყარება პოლიტიკურ-ეკონომიკურ ანალიზს და ასევე იგივე მისწრაფების, იგივე სულისკვეთების გაძლიერება, რომელიც ძალიან მოქალაქეების მიერ არის მხარდაჭერილი. ევროინტეგრაცია, თანამშრომლობა, ეს ყველაფერი ისევ და ისევ მიდის იმ საზიარო ფასეულობებთან და მე ზუსტად აი ჩემს შეფასებას გავიხსენებ, რაც არ უნდა ძალისხმევა იქნეს გაწეული იმისათვის, რომ ეძებო განსხვავებები საქართველოსა და ევროპულ ღირებულებებს შორის, უკვე მყარად ისინი არიან შედარებადი, ისინი ერთი წყაროდან მომდინარეობს, ერთი სათავეები აქვს. გუშინ ჩვენ ვიზეიმეთ საქართველოს დამოუკიდებლობის დღე და ეს დღეები საქართველოში ყველა დღე არის დამოუკიდებლობის დღე. და არ შეიძლება ამ დღეს რომ ესე ზერელეთ შევხედოთ და არ უნდა ჩავთვალოთ რომ ეს ყველაფერი ისეც მოხდებოდა. საქართველოს უსაფრთხოება, ეკონომიკა, ექსპორტის პოტენციალი, ტურიზმი, განათლების სისტემა, მისი გარემო, ენერგო უზრუნველყოფა, დემოკრატიული ინსტიტუციები, ყველაფერი არის იმის ნაწილი, რისთვისაც ესე იგი ვსჯელობთ, ვიღწვით და რისთვისაც ვიქნებით შეკრებილი ამ დღეს განმავლობაში და დარწმუნებული ვარ რომ საქართველოს გააგრძელებს ძლიერ ესე იგი და სუვერენული ქვეყნის სახელით წინ სიარულს. ეს კონფერენცია არის შესანიშნავი შესაძლებლობა იმისთვის, რომ გაჟღერდეს იდეები, გარკვეული გზები დაისახოს გამოწვევების დასაძლევად, ასევე დანახული იქნას ის შესაძლებლობები, რომლებიც ჩვენს წინ არსებობს, ზოგიერთი მათგანი ახსენა ბატონმა კომისარმა. ნამდვილად არ ღირს არაფრის დამატება. ბატონმა კომისარმა ძალიან კარგად ისაუბრა სამხო საზოგადოების როლზე, მის ფუნქციებზე, მიზნების შესრულების პროცესში. ჩვენ ძალიან კარგად ვიცით, რამდენად მნიშვნელოვანია სამხო საზოგადოების მონაწილეობა ქვეყნის განვითარების პროცესში. ჩვენ ვიცით თქვენი როლი რამდენად მნიშვნელოვანია, როცა გვინდა რომ დაუშვათ შევეხოთ თითოეულ გადაწყვეტილების მიმღებს, თითოეულ ქალაქს, თითოეულ ესე იგი რეგიონს. და ჩვენ დარწმუნებული ვართ, რომ თქვენც იცით ჩვენთვის რამდენად მნიშვნელოვანი და საპატიო თქვენთან მუშაობა. ევროკავშირის სახელით ვსაუბრობ, როცა გვაქვს ჩვენ ესე იგი მიზნად იმ ჩვენი ძალისხმევის განხორციელება, პოლიტიკის და სხვა მიმართულებების გაძლიერება და მე კი არ ვჩანვარ ახლა ეკრანზე, როცა წარმოვთქვამ ჩემს სიტყვას, მაგრამ კიდევ ერთხელ ესე იგი გილოცავთ, მადლობას გიხდით ყველა მონაწილეებს და პროდუქტიულ შეხვედრას გიცურვებთ.
ჩვენ ვაფასებთ იმ დახმარებას, რადგან თქვენ საუბრობდით, ჩვენ გვჭირდება სწრაფი მოდერნიზაცია და თან დიდი იმედი გვაქვს, რომ ჩვენი თანამშრომლობა იქნება უფრო მეტად ნაყოფიერი, ვიდრე იყო აქამდე და ჩვენ მივახცევთ იმ დიდ მიზანს, რომელზედაც საუბრობთ. დიდი მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ. მე მინდა ვთხოვო სიტყვა ნათია კუპრაშვილს, ჟურნალისტიკის რესურს ცენტრის ხელმძღვანელს. ამავე დროს ის გახლავთ საქართველოს ეროვნული კოორდინატორი ფორუმზე, რომლის ასე ვთქვათ, სულების დღეს ვართ ყველანი ჩვენ. დიდი მადლობა, ნათია, გთხოვ.
მადლობა ლაშა შენ, მოგესალმებით, მივესალმები ყველა მონაწილეს, ეს დიდი პატივია ჩემთვისაც ეს შესაძლებლობა. ძალიან ისეთი ზუსტია ჩემი აზრით ჩვენი კონფერენციის სახელი, ქართველი ხალხის ევროპული არჩევანი, გამოწვევები და სამომავლო პერსპექტივები. და ლაშა შენც გაუსვი ხაზი, რომ ეს არის ნამდვილად ესეთი მყარი არჩევანი ქართველი ხალხის და ეს არის ევროპული არჩევანი. ის რომ არჩევანი გაკეთებულია, პრინციპში ჩვენ თუ დავაკვირდებით ყველა იმ გამოწვევას და პრობლემას, რომელიც გვაქვს ქვეყანაში და ვეცდებით მასში თუ კი შეიძლება რაიმე ტიპის კარგი მხარე დავინახოთ სწორედ ამას, რომ ეს არჩევანი ამ პრობლემების ჭრილშიც კი არის გაკეთებული. მაგალითად, უკვე ახსენეთ თქვენს პოლიტიკური დესტაბილიზაცია, უთანხმოება და საჭიროება ფასილიტაციის და მოდერაციის და აქაც ჩვენ ვხედავთ
moderation.
ჩართულობას.
And we see a very active participation of the European Union. So the same century, the 21st century, several years ago, during the crisis, it would be a Russian party, someone responsible from Russia. Now it is European Union. And yesterday we received warm congratulations from Charles Michel and also the congratulations speech of the ambassador regarding the Independence Day. If we look around and see all the problems, for instance, appointment of the members into the High Council of Justice, everyone who wants to have a full-fledged and a proper justice system in Georgia, we all indicate and state out loud that we made a different promise to the European Union. We also have another deep problem, disagreement on the power plant station in Nambuhwani. The content of the decision itself and also the process is a problem. And again, the supporters and also those who are against, everybody talks about the European standard, the European Convention, the association agreement. So the fact that this is the basis for all the argument is again a proof that the choice is very solid, very steady, and this is European choice. We have contradictions, we have conflicts in almost all areas. We are able to manage that, but all of those, blaming and shaming is based on being pro-Russian. So being a pro-Russian, it is the biggest, blame and the tool for attack that is used by all of the parties in Georgia. So that also indicates to a very pro-European and pro-European solid determination. Every time we have problem, we go to our European partners and we seek their help. And again, now we call for immediate action to support Roman Protasevich and Sofia Safega in Belarus. So all of the steps and processes that we mentioned, it is an engagement together with EU being supportive, their assistance, and the very last Russian blaming also suggested the European choice is a very solid one, and that choice is made by the people of Georgia. But it also demonstrates that our choice needs to be protected and enhanced by everyone, both the Georgian party and by also European party. And the question that is the title of the conference, how to create our European future, it was not created today. During the election period, the National Platform was the initiator of a very interesting dialogue with all the subjects of the election, all political parties, and every time they would meet, there was this question, how to proceed on our European path, what are the visions? And I must say that those answers from the political parties were not shallow, were not superficial. All of them have given a very good thought to that. But during this conference, we will be hearing even more, deep and profound ideas and reasons. And so if we talk about challenges, we also need to mention that any type of formal engagement into these types of conferences, including the video speeches, this is a unique opportunity. For instance, in all directions that was mentioned by Mr. Ambassador, to hear the visions of all the angles, to engage into discussion. I believe that the formal participation into these types of conferences and using the chance is the obstacle if you do it only formally. So I would like to thank everyone who I will actually be engaged, and all of the obstacles, all of the obstacles that would be posted in front of us, police obstacle and otherwise obstacle, it is a big barrier and we need to surmount that. So I'm affiliated with the regional media, and from our observation, we can tell you that we are more frequently covering Mr. Hartzell visits into the village, into different regions, then our national government visits into the same regions and villages. So I'm not just saying that to reprimand someone, and I don't really believe that the European mission appreciates the fact that we see more of Karl Hartzell in our regions than the Georgian decision makers. We want that to change. Last time it was the media, the ambassador of the European Union in Kedi municipality. And we've seen that hundreds of different projects have been supported by EU in response to COVID crisis, etc. And media, of course, covered it. There were so many different facts and materials about still remaining poverty, the gaps, the social economic problems in the regions, and these challenges have become even bigger and stronger because of those big challenges, the pandemic, the crisis, and this global problem should have led us to a bigger consolidation, but actually it separated us even bigger. And that is also a very big problem. And in response, we could see how quick the European Union was to help us and to support us, and solidarity was really obvious. So yesterday we celebrated our Independence Day, and this is sort of a feeling that you are older than your independence of your country. Many of us are older than our Independence Day, but we have also young people on the platform, and that was also very symbolic and very emotional, the day, because it also had the story of our general, Georgi Kvinitadze. His body was repatriated to Georgia. He was the general of the independent Georgia of the beginning of 20th century. And now he's buried on a Georgian cemetery. We were also talking yesterday about his interview. He was 95 years old, an elderly general with a voice of an old man giving the interview, a very short one. There is a record. And most of the part of this interview is a general speaking why Georgia is Europe and why we have this European choice. And the General Kvinitadze then continues by pronouncing a prayer that he remembers from a farmer living in the neighborhood. God, give my country a good faith, luck, and happiness. Give us the sense of brotherhood and love so that we are devoted and we help one another. So that is the most precious thing that we need, support and brotherhood. And this conference is one of the other good tools for that. Thank you.
ემოციური
Thank you, Natia. You introduced a very emotional tone into our discussion, and it was really very emotional what you said and what we followed yesterday. I would like to proceed to our next speaker, Miss Irina Sukhim, and I want to express our solidarity. We've done that many times and again, but the things that happen that aggravate us and aggravate our feelings. The things that happen to Belarus, to people of Belarus. I would like to express our great appreciation towards the courage and the warrior spirit of the people of Belarus for the sake of the current generation, for the sake of future generation, for the sake of the European pathway. So it is the war of civilizations actually happening in your country, and we have a very strong objection and protest towards what government is doing to its people. We are really furious about what happened towards Mr. Roman Protasevich, a horrible action, the act of terrorism. And the whole, the group of passengers, their lives were actually endangered. And this is horrendous. And I do hope that the civilized world, the Western world, will properly address this fact. And I hope that my country and my people will also be in support of democracy and civilization and freedom. First, I want to thank you for finding time, because I know that you are engaged into so many different activities on site in Minsk, so that the true idea wins and is victorious. We know you for many years, and we're thankful for everything you do. I want you to now address our audience and also tell your story of what's happening there.
Thank you. Thank you, Lasha, for your solidarity.
Madloba, Lasha, solidarobistvis, madloba. ესე იგი საქართველოს ხალხის სოლიდარობისთვის ბელორუსთან, ბელორუსის სამოქალაქო საზოგადოების მიმართ, მაგრამ მე აქ არ ვარ მხოლოდ ბელორუსის ესე იგი სახელით, ასევე აღმოსავლეთ პარტნიორობის სამოქალაქო საზოგადოების ფორუმის მმართველი კომიტეტის წარმომადგენელი და ჩემთვის ძალიან დიდი პატივია, რომ აქვს საშუალება ამ კონფერენციაზე გამოვიდეს სიტყვით. ჩვენ საქართველოს ვუყურებთ როგორც მაგალითს ბელორუსიდან და ჩვენთვის ხართ შთაგონება. თქვენი ევროპული არჩევანი არის შთაგონება. და იმედი მაქვს, რომ ეს გააერთიანებს ძალისხმევას პოლიტიკური აქტორების და სამოქალაქო საზოგადოებისა ჩვენს ქვეყანაში. საქართველოს ეროვნული პლატფორმის როლი, რომელიც აერთიანებს 200-ზე მეტ სამოქალაქო საზოგადოების ორგანიზაციას მთელ საქართველოში და რომელიც ასევე არის, ასე ვთქვათ, არა მხოლოდ ცენტრალურ დონეზე ორგანიზაციების, ასე ვთქვათ, კრებული, რეგიონალური და ადგილობრივი ორგანიზაციებიც არიან გაერთიანებული. ეს არის ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი. ძალიან დიდი საჭიროება არსებობს, რომ სამოქალაქო საზოგადოების ორგანიზაციები იყვნენ ჩართული გაწყვეტილების მიღების პროცესში და აუცილებელია, რომ ესე იგი მათ ჰქონდეთ წომა პროცესებში და აუცილებლად სამთავრობამ უნდა გაითვალისწინოს იქ უკავშირი, რომელიც სამოქალაქო საზოგადოებიდან და მოქალაქიდან მოდის. აუცილებლად უნდა იყოს მოქალაქეების აქტიური ჩართულობა და ჩვენ მუდმივად ესე იგი ვცდილობთ იმას, რომ როგორც ხარისხი, ასევე ესე იგი ჩართულობა იყოს ესე იგი ძალიან ხარისხიანი და მნიშვნელოვანი. აუცილებელია რომ სამხატვრო საზოგადოება მონაწილეობდეს როგორც დაგეგმარებაში, ესე აღსრულებას და მონიტორინგის პროცესში. მონაწილეობრივი დაგეგმარება უნდა იყოს აუცილებლად, ესე იგი განხორციელებული ექსპერტების ჯგუფები უნდა იყოს აუცილებლად ჩართული დღის წესრიგის საჭიროებების განსაზღვრის პროცესში, ელექტრონული პლატფორმა უნდა ესე იგი იქნეს გამოყენებული უკავშირის შეგროვებისთვის და ასევე უნდა გაძლიერდეს როგორც სამრჩევლო, ასევე საზოგადოებრივი უკავშირის წერტილები, რომელიც იმუშავებს პარლამენტთან და სამთავრობასთან. არის, რა თქმა უნდა, ძალიან კარგი ნაბიჯები გადადგმული საქართველოში. საზოგადოების ჩართულობასთან დაკავშირებით არის ორი მემორანდუმი მთავრობასა და ეროვნულ პლატფორმას შორის. და პროცესი მიმდინარეობს დარწმუნებული ვარ სწორი მიმართულებით. და უფრო ის ვთქვათ რაღაცნაირად მყარ გრძნობას აყალიბებს საქართველოს მომავალთან და დემოკრატიასთან დაკავშირებით და საქართველოს ესე იგი მომავალ განვითარებასთან დაკავშირებით ევროკავშირის მიმართულებით. საქართველო ძალიან დიდი ყურადღების ქვეშაა ევროკავშირის მხრიდან მიმდინარე კრიზისთან დაკავშირებით და საქართველომ აუცილებლად უნდა რაღაცნაირად იზრუნოს იმაზე, რომ ის კონფრონტაცია, რომელიც საქართველოში ბევრი წლების განმავლობაში არსებობდა, დაიძლიოს და უნდა მოხდეს, ესე იგი, საქართველოს მოსახლეობაში ევროატლანტიკური მისწრაფების კაპიტალიზაცია და აუცილებლად უნდა მეტი გაკეთდეს ანტიკორუფციული და სხვა რეფორმების მიმართულებით. მინდა ძალიან პირადული რაღაც გითხრათ. მე მაქვს ძალიან მჭიდრო ახლო ურთიერთობა საქართველოსთან. 1999 წელს საქართველოში ვიმყოფებოდი და აქ მოვინათლე. მაშინ ჩემთვის ძალიან მიუღებელი იყო ეს რაც მოხდა, მაგრამ ამან დამაკავშირა სამუდამოდ საქართველოსთან. მე ხშირად ვერ ჩამოვდივარ საქართველოში, მაგრამ ჩემი გული არის საქართველოში. და ძალიან განვცდი, როცა საქართველო იყო სამხედრო კონფლიქტის პირობებში. და ყოველთვის მიხარობდა, როდესაც მაგალითად წარმატების მაგალითები ხდებოდა. საქართველოს ევროპული არჩევანი არის ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი და ნამდვილად მიიყვანს საქართველოს წარმატებამდე. ახლა რაც ეხება ბელორუსს. საშინელი მოვლენები ხდება ჩვენთან. მთავრობა არა მხოლოდ ევროკავშირთან თანამშრომლობას, ესე იგი, აფსუსტებს, არამედ ისე იქცევა, რომელიც ძალიან წააგავს სტალინის მიერ, ვთქვათ, ესე იგი, განხორციელებულ მოქმედებებს. არის უსამართლობა, წამება. მე ვოცნებობ, რომ ესეთი კონფერენცია ჩატარდეს ბელორუსში მომავალში. ნაყოფიერ მუშაობას გისურვებთ და წარმატებას ევროპულ გზაზე. მადლობა.
Thank you very much. დიდი მადლობა, ირნა. I'm საინტერესო წიაღსულებისთვის, საინტერესო სურვილებისთვის, შეფასებისთვის, პოზიტიური, მათ შორის კრიტიკული შეფასებისთვის. კიდევ ერთხელ მინდა ჩვენი ყველა წარმომადგენლის სახელით ერთობლივად პლატფორმის სახელით და დარწმუნებული ვარ, რომ ეს არ არის მარტო პლატფორმის ასე ვთქვათ მოსაზრება, ზოგადად საქართველოს მოქალაქეების სახელით მინდა გისურვოთ, რომ სწრაფად მოგვარდეს ის პრობლემა, რომელიც არის თქვენს ქვეყანაში და ქვეყანა, რომელსაც აქვს საოცარი ხალხი, ძალიან ინტელექტუალური, ძალიან კარგი ახალგაზრდები, ძალიან კარგი ადამიანები და წარმოუდგენელია რომ თქვენ ძალიან სწრაფად არ მიაღწიოთ თქვენს ევროპულ მიზანს. მე ამას აბსოლუტურად უცვლელად ვამბობ, ეს არ არის კომპლიმენტი და ამას ყოველთვის ვიმეორებ, რომ თქვენ გაქვთ ძალიან დიდი შანსი და თქვენი ადგილი ნამდვილად არის ამ დიდ ევროპულ ოჯახში. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა თვითონ თქვენთანგანს, მე მინდა გთხოვოთ რომ ჩვენთან დარჩეთ, იმიტომ რომ მე ვფიქრობ იქნება ძალიან საინტერესო დისკუსიები, უფრო საქმიანი მწვავე ხასიათის პოლემიკა, რომელიც როგორც გითხარით ჩვენ ძალიან გჭირდება. მე მინდა ვთხოვო ბატონ კახა გოგოლაშვილს, რომ შემდეგ ძალიან მცირე რაღაც წამები დაგჭირდება იმისაც რომ გადავიდეთ შემდეგ პანელზე. ბატონ კახა გოგოლაშვილს რომ მან გააგრძელოს მოდერირება შემდეგი პანელის. დიდი მადლობა ყველას.
მოგესალმებით. მე მგონი ისმის ჩემი ხმა, ხო?
კახა ველოდებით ჩართვას, მე მგონი ბატონი დავითის იქ რაღაც ტექნიკური პრობლემაა და ერთი წამი.
მე მგონი ჩართულები ვართ, რა ვიცი.
ყველა?
ჩემ თავს ხედავ მე.
ხო, ჩვენ ორნი ვართ, მაგრამ მე მგონი ბატონი დავითი და კიდე არ ვიცი, ერთი წამი დავაზუსტებ და ეხლა მოგიბრუნდები ერთ წამში.
მაკა ბოჭორიშვილი უნდა იყოს.
მე აქ ვარ.
აჰა. მაგრამ გამოსახულება მგონი არ არის, ალბათონ მაკა თქვენი. გამოჩნდა, ძალიან კარგი. მოგესალმებით. ბატონ ლაშა, თქვენ დაიკარგეთ ახლა. რამდენადაც ვიცი, ბატონი დავითი მინისტრი, საგარეო საქმეთა მინისტრი ბატონი დავით ზალკალიანი ჩაგვერთვება ცოტა მოგვიანებით.
ბატონო,
მგონი არ არის ჯერ მზად იმისთვის რომ ჩაგვერთოს შეხვედრაზე.
აი, ეხლავე
შეიძლება დავიწყოთ?
დავიწყოთ რა, დავიწყოთ. ჩვენ
დავიწყოთ, კი ბატონო.
კი ბატონო.
კარგით. პირველ რიგში მივესალმები ყველა მონაწილეს. რა თქმა უნდა, მივესალმები სპიკერებს და ყველა გამომცვლელს ასევე კონფერენციაზე და ყველას უსურვებ წარმატებულ ამ ორ დღეს როგორც მინიმუმ და საერთოდ მთლიანად წარმატებას მათ საქმიანობაში. ყველა ვინც აქ შეკრებილია დღეს პირდაპირ თუ ირიბად დაკავშირებულია საქართველოს ევროკავშირში მიჭირს თქმა გაწევრიანებასთან თქო, იმიტომ რომ ვიცი რამდენად რთული პროცესია, მაგრამ საქართველოს ევროკავშირთან დაახლოებას და საქართველოს ევროკავშირში ინტეგრაციას რა თქმა უნდა, ყველა ჩვენგანისთვის ალტერნატივა არ გააჩნია. და მივესალმები აი ამდენ ადამიანს, რომელმაც გამოხატა ინტერესი, რომ ისაუბროს ამ საკითხებზე. რაც შეეხება ჩვენს პანელს, ეხლა ამ მიმდინარე პანელს არის, მე მგონი, ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი იმის მოსმენა თუ რა მოსაზრებები აქვს, რა პოზიციები აქვს, როგორ ხედავენ ამ გაწევრიანების პროცესს პარლამენტში, როგორ ხედავენ ამას მთავრობაში და როგორ ხედავს ამას სამოქალაქო საზოგადოება. აი სწორედ ამ ესე ვთქვათ, სამი აქტორების წარმომადგენელი, ამის სამი მნიშვნელოვანი ინსტიტუციის წარმომადგენლები ყავს დღეს პანელზე პირველი ჩვენ გვეყოლება ქალბატონი მაკა ბოჭორიშვილი, რომელიც გახლავთ ევროპული ინტეგრაციის კომიტეტის თავმჯდომარე საქართველოს პარლამენტში, ძალიან გამოცდილი დიპლომატი და ევროკავშირთან ურთიერთობებში დიდი ხნის, ესე ვთქვათ, გამოცდილების მქონე ადამიანი. გულშემატკივარი რა თქმა უნდა ამ საქმის ძალიან და აბსოლუტურად შეიძლება დარწმუნებული ვიყოთ იმაში, რომ ძალიან ბევრ საინტერესო ინფორმაციას მოგვაწვდის. მე მინდა ასევე ხაზი გაუშვა, ქალბატონი მაკა გახლავთ თანათავმჯდომარე ევრონესტისა, ანუ აღმოსავლეთ პარტნიორობის საპარლამენტო ასამბლეა, რომელიც შექმნილია, ასე ვთქვათ, ევროპარლამენტსა და აღმოსავლეთ პარტნიორობის პარლამენტებს
The Parliament of the Eastern Partnership, and that also is one of the key roles that she has on an international context, and it also is very important for the Georgia's cause to be advanced and for advancement and also for supporting the aspiration. I want to wish her a very successful operation in the parliament and as a co-chair. So, Mr. Lasha Togushi, he represents he does not only represent the position of the national platform only. He has a very good understanding. He has a very good understanding of the views and positions of the active civil society organizations towards Euro integration, and it will be very interesting to hear from him what are the problems that the civil society organizations see, and what are the challenges as they see and what needs to be done by different structures on the pathway towards the Euro integration. And so I'm not just suggesting that these are the questions. I'm just offering you some of the ideas and some of the areas that will be interesting to hear from both of you. And once the minister joins, I will have a short pre-speech before he speaks. I will be speaking about the role of the government and also role of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ms. Maka, let us listen to you, your speech. Of course, you have your sets of opinions, and of course, I cannot really forecast and foresee the things that you are going to cover, but mostly I would say that the audience would want to know what is the role and position of the parliament. Of course, it was the statement of the government of Georgia that by 2024, we will be preparing ourselves to make a call about the membership, becoming a member, but the parliament will be one of the key drivers and one of the key actors together with the government. So the operation of the parliament, the supportive nature of its operation, the drafting practices, parliament convincing the people of Georgia to maintain that charge and aspiration, the ability to mobilize the different political backgrounds, the oversight over the government, its controlling the government in the process. So that's the role of the parliament, and we want to know about that. But so I would like to give you the floor. We have 10 to 15 minutes so that you can present your position about things that I mentioned and the things that maybe you believe are important, and then the audience will have the possibility to ask questions. Thank you. I would like to first welcome everyone. I would like to welcome Mr. Kaha. I would like to show respect to you. It was great to hear those words from you because I believe that you are one of the big supporters of the Euro integration. Mr. Lasha, thank you. And thanks to the National Forum for organizing this event. It is very timely, very important. Unfortunately, in the course of last few months, we were more focused on internal conflicts, and there was no much room left for discussion. So I want to thank you, Lasha. Thanks to all the organizers, thanks to all the participants, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to participate into this event, because I truly believe that this is one of the most important things for the country and for the people. So your integration is a historic choice, and I guess we do not need to talk about it because we are already talking about making this European choice a reality. The ruling party, Georgian Dream, made a statement which was then reflected on the government action plan, suggesting that by 2024 we will make that application to become a member. So those who know the European Union, they know that this is a very ambitious statement. And on the other hand, that is also a very logical continuation of our European choice. And without doing it, I guess we should not be even talking about our European identity and choice, etc. So by 2024, by taking this step, we will take the country Georgia to a new level of the relationship with the European Union, and that should play a critical role in fulfilling the goal. So we do not feed ourselves with illusion that it is going to be easy, especially in consideration of a very complex geopolitical background. But it also is not arguable that this step has no alternative. So as 2024 is coming close every day, Georgia has to show and demonstrate a good progress of the implementation of the association agreement, and we also need to come close to the Copenhagen criteria. So, and the association agreement is the excellent tool to transform the country Georgia, to enhance democratic institutions, to prepare our economy for full integration into European market. When when we talk about the implementation of the association agreement, you also mentioned the role of the parliament, right? And sometimes we only see the role of the government into it, but I believe that fulfillment or implementation of the association agreement is a primary duty of the government. It's their job to harmonize Georgian legislation, approximate the legislation with the EU. Okay, they need to make productive steps to integrate to economy, etc. But we believe that the equal role is laid upon the society. Strong CSOs need to be the foundation and the backbone for enhancement of the European values. Otherwise, the attempts of the government will be all in vain. Therefore, by 2024, in order to take that important step towards membership, the voice of the civil society will have a very strong and impactful role. So when we talk about the such an important step for the country, the voice of one political party cannot really bring about the results. It takes consolidation of different parties around the cause. So it was Natia, I guess, who mentioned so in a big political spectrum, political parties, they always are in support to European Union. Regarding the statement by 2024, the political parties are less, they're more reluctant to support that idea. I'm not casting the shadow of doubt on any of the political parties, because that would contribute to even bigger polarization. That may be this because of the polarization, but we need to make sure that we address it, and we need to make sure that those parties that entered the parliament, they come up with a joint common position. So common position is very important, and it should be done in a very near future, because but the unity of the political spectrum towards this cause will be of critical importance whenever we negotiate with the partners. So I will not be talking about the implementation of the association agreement, the needs for preparedness of the political and then economic levels of Georgia, which are preconditions for membership. I would just like to say a few words about the external factors, which are also of critical importance and will remain so in the next future. So EU membership and obtaining this perspective will not be only in our hands. Of course, we also need the consent of the European member states, their support. So the expansion issue is quite complex. The sensitivity was very well demonstrated recently when there was this issue of starting negotiation with Albania and North Macedonia. But this kind of attitude that may not give us set us to be overly optimistic, but also it's not the source for hopelessness, and I do not believe that we should be disappointed because of that, because the prospect of and the door to the European Union, also the expansion policy, it exists, and it is still effective. Also, in the whole region of Eastern Partnership, the background situation changes on a daily basis, right? So the trio of associated countries that will be mentioned a couple of years ago, and that will be the end of all the discussion in Brussels, but it's not the case anymore. It could be at least, or even just the only way towards the membership. So I'm talking about the Western Balkan countries, the association countries and member states. If we compare Georgia to some of those states, Georgia has progress in some of the areas compared to others, and also the aspiration is also very strong. And maybe we ask a question: why don't we have the similar integration mechanism? I'm talking about associated countries, same as the candidate countries. So by by the time, it will be important to mobilize the supporting groups in different EU member state capital cities and also in Brussels. So this area should be the top area in the course of next 3 years, and We need to approximate our political priorities and deepen the institutional relations with the European Union institutions. Black Sea. Black Sea should become the city that connects us with the EU, and in Brussels they are more courageously talking about that, and it is a hope-giving, and that enhances our linkage with the EU. And of course, we need unity, which is strengthened by the individual people communicating with one another. Visa-free travel is the achievement that we need to take a very good care of. We need to enhance different linkages. Georgia is the active participant of different programs, educational, cultural, etc. And I guess we need to be actively involved in other projects as well. And we need to make sure that relationship between people, human-to-human relation is even strengthened, and that is the basis for the best integration. Georgia is part of Europe, and that is not only the geographic value. It is based on values, and we belong there for our peaceful and prosperous development. And it takes the maximum participation of the people of Georgia, of the society, and the parliament is the body that can make sure that those linkages are not broken, and the parliament should be the place where all the people of Georgia have their voice and they are part of the EU integration process. And so the parliamentary diplomacy is not only happening outside of the boundaries of Georgia, but it also means a relationship with the citizens of Georgia and voicing their interests. So you mentioned the parliamentary oversight, and we actually have the tools at our hand in consideration of the changes that were adopted recently. The role of the parliament has become even more active. Of course, I will be more than happy if I see active participation from the parliament and active implementation. There will be challenges. There are some of the commitments that are not easy to fulfill, especially in times of COVID, but joint effort between the executive, legislative government and the society will help us solve all the problems. And it is our great desire to demonstrate to the EU, to demonstrate and to convince our European partners that Georgia is a country that could be a reliable partner, that could be a role model in the region, and that truly deserves to be the member of the European family. Now I will stop because it's really difficult to cover everything between, I mean, from 10 to 15 minutes, but maybe later during the Q&A, I will be able to address other things. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Maka. Indeed, many interesting things were mentioned. You did your best covering what should the parliament do and what are the tasks in front of the country, Georgia. Thank you for suggesting that it's not that easy to become the member of the European Union and that you view it as something very difficult, but that it should be done by everyone together. I mean, political power needs to support the process.
რა თქმა უნდა, მთლიანად საზოგადოებამ საზოგადოებამაც უნდა მიხედოს. მე
And people should also be part of it. I have a question to you, if you do not mind.
მინდა ცოტა
I would want to
გავაშუქოთ აი ბოლო ხანებში
maybe address
ბოლო ხანებში საქართველოს, მოლდოვასა და უკრაინას შორის აი დაწყებული ეს
the
დიალოგი
the dialogue that sort of started between Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova, the relations that
კოორდინაციას ევროპული
now are directed towards coordination of these three countries towards Euro integration. The ministers of foreign affairs made joint statement, and it is something very good, but previously the same statements were made by the parliamentary delegations of the three countries. I mean, there is an established tradition between the parliament of these three states. And one more thing that we can add to it is Euronest, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Eastern Partnership, the attitude of the European MPs towards membership or advancement of Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine on the European pathway, because it is important. Now, there are 60 MPs, like a bit less than 10% of the MPs from the European Parliament are in Euronest. They represent different parties, and they are quite impactful, quite influential in their political groups. I would like to mention the position of your co-chair. I'm talking about Andrius Kubilius and his position. So he introduced the idea of trio of Georgia, Ukraine, Moldova, their cooperation, their approximation and support of EU towards this trio, so that the trio gets some privileges in the cause of in Euro integration. So how do you see it from the parliamentary perspective? How do you see it in the parliamentary environment? Is this a solid idea that the European Parliament can actually support this? It's not only about the Euronest or the leadership of Euronest. So could it really be supported by the Parliament of European Union? Will the EU MPs be supportive towards cooperation of these three countries? And also, how serious and how strong is cooperation between these three countries? Also, are they really motivated, and do they have the stimulus to work together? Thank you, Mr. Kaham. So this question is something that takes a lot of thinking, and it's very interesting. So recently we saw that three ministers of foreign affairs signed an agreement about cooperation on on our way to European Union. And previously there was the similar agreement between the parliament. We have this cooperation format. Of course, all three countries have association agreement that already is something that puts us on common ground. We have association agreement, and that already creates a very good possibility to have like close cooperation, coordination. And also, we know that EU favors regional approaches, working with different groups, logical groups. So and if we belong to some group, this is the most logical group of associated partners that could exist in relation to European Union, and it also is the regional context. So also it would be important to mention that if we are talking about association agreements, and if we try to find more capacity within this framework of associated partnership, and if we want to get more, the voice of 3 countries will be, of course, stronger than the voice of 1 country when we talk to European Union. You mentioned Mr. Kubilius, and we communicate quite frequently about the format of the trio. There were different formats. There was also the idea of Trio Plus. We wanted to make sure that the Eastern Partnership is again relevant. We wanted to make sure that the door is open to everyone who is willing to cooperate. But I also mentioned that I was in Brussels then, and we were talking about this idea, and it was really difficult to separate those 3 countries from the Eastern Partnership. We had to and we had to invest a lot of effort so that they could see these 3 countries different from the others. So in those recent events, what happens in our country, what happens in Belarus, it naturally highlighted the differences between the countries. So now we have this legal basis, and I do believe that all 3 countries have the possibility to build on to that and continue working with the EU. A political background, of course, is important in all 3 respective countries, the political agenda. We know that in Moldova very soon they are going to hold a parliamentary elections, and the results of the election will be critical. I mean, setting the mood for the future. Cooperation, also internal domestic political developments have critical importance in enhancing the cooperation with Europe. But Eastern Partnership used to have and still has the set of very sound and good principles that allow for maintain our identity or even individuality, whatever group we belong to. So it also allows for differentiation. So yeah, the grouping can be used for our relations with the EU. The grouping does not preclude the differences and disparities between those 3 different countries and different levels of integration with EU. But I still believe that if these 3 countries have one voice, and of course that should be enhanced at the parliamentary level too, it will be better for the sake of the cause, and we'll be able to achieve more. And we need to use all available formats. So the cooperation format, and the parliamentary cooperation will mean a lot. The linkages between the political parties, enhancing the cooperation, and also exchanging the experience, because in all country political agenda there is association agreement, implementation of the association agreement, that it will be important to share the experiences, to talk about challenges that we have in our parliamentary life, and to have more coordination and to lobby for our EU interests. So, and also, quite interestingly, the parliament is the place where you can generate ideas more easily. There are more capabilities there than in any other structures of the EU. So we have great opportunities that we can use. We can use our parliamentary connections, the cooperation mechanisms, so that we propose different options into the agenda for deepening the communication with the associated member, no matter how skeptical some of the institutions are, or no matter how skeptical some of the capital cities of the member states are. So then this is the best venue, I believe. I mean, I'm talking about the parliamentary cooperation. This is the best venue, and that should create a lot of noise in Brussels, in other cities, to make sure that there are more supporters to our European perspective. And together with Mr. Kubilius, we're actively discussing and thinking about what else can be done to promote and enhance mentioning those three countries in Brussels and in other capital cities. Thank you, Ms. Markham. So your committee works in two directions. This is inside of the country, monitoring, supporting processes, working with different actors, including the government of Georgia, etc. And at the same time, you are dealing with the international aspect. So you are working with the parliament of the EU member states, not only the Eastern Partnership, and you are representing the country Georgia into this parliamentary world, I would say. And that is a very difficult task to fulfill, because usually the committees, they deal with either local or international contexts. And so there are very few parliamentary committees that have to act on both grounds. And I would like to wish you success in that. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Lasha. And I hope that you will remain on the panel. And in case if later there are questions from the audience, you will be able to answer. Now the floor is yours, Lasha. The parliament is important for because it is one of the strongest and most important tools for democratic oversight and control. But in the modern democracy, in a modern democratic world, the parliament alone is not enough for the democratic oversight and democratic control. And outside of the parliament, civil society is the one that represents the people's mind, is the one that represents the positions of different stakeholder groups. And I would say that complements, and the civil society complements to the functions of the parliament. And on the other hand, it also has the function to monitor the parliament, not only the government. So I would say that the civil society is one of the most important actors. So in the ideal world, the civil society closely cooperates with the parliament, with the government, and with all the actors in the country. But there is no such thing that the ideal world, and that is why there should be and there is no ideal relationship between those different actors, because there always is conflict. And now the civil society has to have some amount of conflict with the government, with the parliament, so that there is this kernel of development, and there is this environment for development, and there is this motivation for improvement in those institutions. That is why I would like to give the floor to Elisha. So, and I want him to offer his position. What are the challenges that you see? So, we lost his voice. Yeah. And of course, the challenges that we face in regards to the course of our membership into the EU. I also want to hear from Lasha what challenges are there for the civil society organization. So the challenges you have to better fulfill the role. Of course, it is the parliament that has the representative function, but the civil society also has a very strong representative role. I mean, I want you to tell us about the challenges that you have that prevent you to fulfill those functions. And of course, Lasha is not limited in his statements, and he will be talking about whatever he believes is important. Thank you, of course, Mr. Kaha and Ms. Maka. And now I received a notification that that Mr. Minister will join us. So he's on the way, and yeah. So he's on the way already. We have a couple of minutes before he joins. And before he does, I will be very brief, and I'll be briefly talking about what I have to say. So half joke. Yes, we fight between one another, but at the same time, we have a very good understanding. And I'm talking about the important part of the civil society organizations. So we are all willing to for the reforms to happen. And sometimes the civil society is overly critical, sometimes it's too abrupt, but mostly what I see, I mean, I'm talking about the pro-Western because there are others. Sometimes they also call themselves pro-Western, but it's not the thing that we are discussing today. So pro-Western civil society is very much keen on doing things, doing actual good things together with others. And we have very good understanding of the importance of consolidation. And now there are many suggestions, many great ideas that arise out of them. I want to start by start from the most important. We don't see no other alternative, but for Georgia to express its interest towards the membership. It should be made in a form of an official application, and we asked for it. It was in the form of a campaign. We were talking to different parties. Some of the parties called upon it. They reflected into their political program. Some expressed that they are supportive, and it's good. So some in writing, some verbally. So this is a strategic decision. So and again with humor, in exchange of strategic patience. We've discussed it previously, Mr. Kaha, and both in Tbilisi and also in our partner countries, in the capital states, we've been hearing that phrase, Georgia is in need of strategic patience. But we were also quite skeptical about that because we have a neighbor that has its strategic imperial interests. And then we see this Karabakh war happened, and they are becoming stronger in the region, and they are supporting their position with different leverages. It's their interest to enhance their influence and become stronger in the region. And that is why it is so important that we achieve an agreement in that. And I guess it's about time that we make strategic decisions, which on the one hand should be made by Georgia, and that is the decision to make an official application. So it's not like a general talking, it is a very specific statement. And also Europe needs to make a strategic decision, and you were talking about the trio. I subscribe to that spirit, to that idea that it should not be happening only for Georgia and only with regards to Georgia. We have our own way, but a more complex approach would be more important. So we are talking about the European perspective. And of course, we by saying that it should be for several countries, I'm talking about the associated countries. So nowadays, the civil society, the national platform had launched the campaign, had conducted the campaign. We mentioned it already. And Ms. Maka was talking about consolidation, which is important, and I totally agree with that. Kaha, you also mentioned that. And the goal of this scale takes consolidation of brains, of hearts, of all the capacities, because it's not something simple. It's not an easy way. And I would like to borrow some words from the Minister of Poland. So when he made his speech on Independence Day, he said that prior to them becoming a member of the European Union, they had to use different maneuvers in different turns. So quite often they would believe that they were very close to the goal, but again, there will be another swerve, another roundabout. So I really wonder where we are on that road. So I guess maybe we are in a turn that now relates to democracy, all the democratic institutions. So it is the judiciary, the election system reform, and I'm talking about the whole process. It also is about the some powers and slow self-government branches and separation of power. So we need things that would mitigate the problems. So very briefly, I would like to address a couple of things. And all of those opinions are based on the common position of the civil society organization. So with regards to judiciary, justice system, we need to take steps that would cancel all the questions. A politically engaged justice system. So nowadays, the justice system is viewed as a very politically engaged. So we need to cancel that. We need to make sure it is no longer the case. So in different discussions, in different international documents, very often you see or you read that the key problem of the justice system is the informal governance, in informal rule. So restoration of the trust. The trust needs to be restored. Trust needs to be regained and built towards the justice system. We need to have a visible, predictable process. We need economic reform. We need investments to come back. And for that, we need the substantial reform of judiciary, dramatic and profound reforms. Discredited, corrupt judges should not be members of the system. I remember the report from the State Department dated March 20th, where in nine of different times the judicial plan is mentioned. So that suggests something, right? Yesterday, they elected 4 members into the High Council of Justice, despite of the fact that the day before yesterday, the ambassador Hertel said that it would be preferable to suspend it or to pause it, and it will be preferable to give some time to a new parliament so that the actions echo the spirit of Michel document. Civil society, of course, subscribes to the spirit, and we believe that the problem related to judiciary needs the rethinking and consolidated support. So yesterday's story of electing members into the High Council of Justice is the contrary to the best ideas and best intentions. And the same challenge is about the Institute of Prosecutor Generals, which is the overwhelmed power with total immunity and very, very little of a little amount of accountability. So the election system reform, obviously there are some steps made forward, but it needs more inclusive participation, engagement from the key political opposition parties, and we need to make sure that the environment is created in a way that no political arrests, no abuse of administrative power capacity happens, so that we do not take the country to another deep crisis and stay on a democratic pathway. I would like to briefly address media. So what it takes to make that application, the official statement for membership. So you need to have a high position on independence indexes in international indexes, right? It's not the partial freedom or liberty, full. I'm talking about the full one. So, and media is a very important tool for democracy. And first off, it needs a reduced party impact on the media and also the reduced government impact. So instead of making it a political tool, you need to make a business tool. So party policy eats everything here in Georgia, including the democratic institutes such as media. I just want to give you one statistics related to communication. So according to Regulation Commission, in total, the advertisement incomes of TV channels is only 27.5%. The rest is not the market generated income. It is either from the pockets of the owner, or it is from the state commercials, state advertising, so which makes them very vulnerable. And so such attachment to an owner's money or the budget money makes them more vulnerable in front of political actors, which at its hand supports political pluralization and reduces a broad discussion. That is why it is so important to take steps. We all understand all the conceptual approaches and ideas of how to overcome that and how to move to a higher degree, because it's obvious that in Georgia, anti-democratic, pro-populistic, pro-Russian powers and groups are becoming stronger and stronger, and we see it very obviously, and we see it very clearly on our political landscape. Another important aspect, and I don't want to take a lot of time because we are already stealing time from the next panel. And I would also apologize that, but Mr. Minister is already here. Maybe we can give him the floor immediately. Just one final sentence. So I just want to finish what I have to say. speaking about the civil society. It is important for the civil society to, honestly speaking, to be more perceived as a constructive player. And it is a very bad, I'm not saying that at all times and always it is not the case, but more bridges. We need more bridges between the civil society and it should not be viewed. I mean, politicians from the ruling party and also from the opposition, they view civil society as like political opponents or enemies. That should end. And it takes an important dialogue. We have those formats, and the task that is ahead of us that forces us to more actively cooperate, to also hear the criticism and to be more careful and attentive towards the uh, ideas that come from the civil society, which is mostly stuffed with the members of academia, academic circles. I would like to thank you, Kaha. And now I would like to give the floor to the minister. Thank you very much. And so the panel is bound to end, but if we have time later, we may take questions. I know that Mr. Mesa has very little time, and thank you for joining us anyways, because he is hosting the president of Poland, and we appreciate that you found time to join us. Mr. David, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so previously I was talking about the role of the parliament, and actually the parliament plays an important role in the process that we are all looking forward to. And we are talking about 2024 and making this statement about membership. But the role of MFA is very important. And as a vice premier, you also represent the government, the executive government. So in this context, I'd like to underline that same as I was talking about the Euro integration committee of the parliament, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs also has a dual role. I mean, managing the process on a domestic level. So it is the role, the coordinating role of the MFA regarding the reforms, regarding implementation of the association agreement. And also on an international level, you have a very important role to play. I'm talking about convincing the partners, presenting the country in its best light, using all the diplomatic efforts to make sure that Georgia attains the goal once the statement is made, to have the positive answer in 2024. So I would like you to briefly address all of these. So what are the challenges that you see? What are the opportunities? If you are optimistic about it, what is the basis for the optimism? What is the basis for you to launch the process? So because we can see that you hope that by I would like to apologize for running late, because you know that the president of Poland is visiting Georgia, and I was attending the meeting together with the president of Georgia. I would like to congratulate you with the Independence Day. It's been 30 years that we regained our independence, and For every citizen of Georgia, the day is very emotional, and it is important that our European partners were together with us. One of the great supporters of Georgian EU integration, the president of Poland, and he made a very emotional statement yesterday and pronounced some very important messages. And this visit is also one of the great contributors to the final outcome, because Poland's support on different international forums and formats is of critical importance. I would like to also welcome and greet all the attendants, the members of the Euro Commission, the diplomatic corps representatives, the government members. I want to thank the platform, the national platform, for holding this important event. And I believe that this, first off, it enhances the dialogue between the civil society and the government. It also is very good that the conference turned to be a tradition. As far as I remember, this is the 4th annual conference, which on the one hand underlines the strength of the civil society organizations in Georgia, and on the other hand, the readiness of the government to actively cooperate in all directions, to cooperate with the CSOs. The CSOs have a great role to play in a state's economic, political, and social development, especially in they play important role in democratization and development. And the title of today's conference is a very well formulated European choice of Georgian people, of the people of Georgia. Indeed, it is the clear choice made by the majority of the people of Georgia. Wow. And that also is confirmed by all the surveys that have been held and polls that have been held recently. Almost 80% of the Georgia's population supports our membership and integration into European family. And that, together with other factors that identifies Georgia out of other Eastern Partnership members, and that makes our course an irreversible one. So you talked about the plans, and this is due to the success story that we already have in the course of our Euro integration, in the course of last couple of years. And it's a fact that Georgia had developed as one of the key allies for the European Union in the region, sharing same values, making doing everything for the security of European Union, for development, and that motivates us even stronger that we will reach new levels in our cooperation with the European Union, and that is why Georgia expressed its readiness to make a call for full membership by 2024. So our relationship with the European Union are supported by the association agreement, and implementation of the association agreement is the backbone of the whole process. And that is why it is important that implementation is happening in compliance with all the criteria that is set by our European partners. So in the process of implementation, the most valuable and most useful thing is to have the CSOs actively involved. I want to just take the opportunity and thank you for active support. I guess you would not allow me to lie that this process has been in place. We are in active communication with one another, and without your help, it will be very difficult for us. And also yesterday I said that it takes the full consolidation of of all the political spectrum, of the CSOs, of all the actors into the process. Otherwise, the attempt is bound to be a failure. In order to successfully implement the association agreement and in order to become a member, you need to have you need to enhance the institutional coordination mechanisms. And you know that this process is a very difficult one. It's a very complex one. It has already launched. We have the annual action plan developed, which involves all the government agencies, and we're consistently following the steps, and that's a daily routine, and that's a daily effort of all the government agencies and institutions, and it all is prescribed in the roadmap, membership roadmap. And a lot of attention is also paid to enhancing the coordination mechanism between the parliament and the government. And also it takes the active involvement of the CSOs. And one more thing, we have already started working with the European Union about the compatibility and analysis, I mean the gap analysis of the legislation. So with the active cooperation with the Ministry of Justice, it will be quite possible to identify the level of approximation between Jordan legislation and the EU acquis, whether these are compatible, and where it is more important to have more effort. So in order for the DCFTA to fully function, this is very important, and that it requires an uninterrupted and very productive transportation channels and transportation communications. And the EU and ourselves, we are actively discussing the ways to reduce the physical distance between the EU and Georgia. So we are talking about transportation, communication, energy, digital communications, enhancing all of that, and deepening all of that. And the special focus is made on the Black Sea infrastructure and fully exploiting the Black Sea potential. So while we prepare ourselves for that big statement by 2024, it is of extreme value. So you mentioned the coordination, right, inside of the country on a domestic level and also on an international level. It's important for our European partners to know about Georgia's European aspiration, and they need to know the steps that Georgia is taking to fulfill that aspiration and to realize it. And one more thing that is in our priorities is the cooperation between Georgia and the candidate states, Balkan states, because that is a great opportunity to gain experience. That is another dimension that we are looking at. And also, it's very well known now that we have good cooperation between Eastern Partnership format, and there is this special focus made on these three associated countries. And people, the audience knows, several days ago I was in Kiev and we signed a memorandum of understanding between the three associated partners. So the associated trio was created as the trio of joint interest for the Euro integration. So this is a new format that was created, and that will also help develop the cooperation between these three members, the three states, and it also will help the support joint communication with the European Union. And in this process, the step-by-step and full integration into the European market is also set by those association countries as one of the ambitious goals to fulfill. Also, multi-sectoral cooperation is another important in the field of security, and there is this high-level strategic dialogue format that Georgia is engaged in together with the European Union, and all of the challenges are being discussed into this format. Special focus, special value is EU's participation in peaceful solution of the peaceful resolution of the Georgia-Russian conflict. So it is the EU monitoring mission, the Geneva format, non-recognition policy, and EU is one of the key actors in all of these directions. And it's our great desire that in this new environment, which was created recently in the Southern Caucasus region, we attract more involvement from EU because it's obvious and no doubt about it that it will be difficult to cope with those challenges without our key strategic partners, without EU. So the effective use of all the formats is on top priority list. You also know that this year the Eastern Partnership Summit is happening, and the political framework, this political framework enabled Georgia in so many different ways, and we used it to best extent. So the next 3 years will be determining the successful development. So we are not sure about the exact date, but so the summit will happen in physical environment by end of year. And it's our desire that the summit is held in a physical environment, not online. So we are also doing our best for the summit to plan for the partnership endeavors that will allow each country to work in line with their own respective ambitions and needs, and civil society organizations and national platform can contribute to that. They can contribute by suggesting important issues to the summit. And here again, we see a very good framework for our cooperation, where we can act in coordination with one another. So it could happen on a parallel and in a simultaneous regime. The government on the one hand, the civil society organizations, identifying common purposes and taking steps simultaneously to achieve goals. Of course, it is not the exhaustive list of steps that we need to take in order to prepare ourselves for the official statement. Once again, I have full understanding that the process is not going to be an easy one. There are many complex issues that need to be resolved, but that's the choice we made. That's the choice of the people of Georgia, of the government of Georgia, and we need to share the responsibility and do our best. And in the end, I would like to thank you for organizing this high-level conference. In the name of the government of Georgia, I stand ready to cooperate. We're open for the dialogue, even if it's critical or arguable. That's the European standard, and that is something that should be present in every democratic country. So when you have ambition to become a member of the European family, you have to comply to those criteria, and you need to exist into that framework. Once again, thank you for everything that you do. The constructive criticism is acceptable, and that is the irreversible part of democracy, which also is useful for us because that keeps us in good shape and keeps us adequate to criticism and to all the suggestions that are offered by the civil society organizations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. David. You made an exhaustive speech. Yes, we have lots of questions, of course. And we could have discussed and developed our dialogue in so many directions, but our time is limited. The panel is limited in time. You are busy, and your time is also limited. And we do hope that in future we will have the possibility to look into those areas that you mentioned in a more profound manner. Thanks to all the speakers. Unfortunately, we do not have any more time. I was not able to ask questions to Lasha. We have no opportunity to expand. I guess each of those statements will require a separate dedicated conference, but I do believe that the first panel was very interesting. We collected a lot of information. Up to 100 people are attending the conference as attendees. We're also live broadcasting on Facebook, on different media channels, and many are following them online. So that is very important. And providing that information to the audiences is very critical. Thank you very much. And allow me to close this panel now and give the floor to the next moderators who are, I guess, very angry already. But I'm sure they will pardon us, and the conference will continue to proceed so successfully. Thank you very much. So the next moderator is Vano. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to thank the previous panel. So the next panel, it starts with some delay, but it will be about the Eastern Partnership, what Georgia did in regards to the association agreement, what needs to be done. So my name is Vantrek Wadze, Open Society Georgia Foundation, and it's a great honor for me to represent the second panel, which is Vice Speaker Archul Talakwadze, Mikhail Sarjoladze from the Parliament of Georgia, the head of the Committee of Human Rights and Civil Integration. And we have a guest speaker, Sven Mikser from the European Parliament. He is the speaker on the Georgian and a great friend of ours. Miss Ivana Klimpusinsadze, also another panel member, and different representatives from civil society organization, Nicholas Simonishvili, Young Lawyers Association of Georgia, Alexandra Kalatozishvili, Multi-Nation Georgia, Executive Director, and Ms. Nina Dolidze from ISFED, the Executive Director. So two key issues I would like to our panel members to address. So first, it is the rule of law and judiciary reform. And it will be interesting to hear about the Ukrainian story from Ms. Ivana. And the second, how do you see and where do you see civil society active and participating? So Georgia is an active member of the Eastern Partnership. We have achievements in regards to implementation of the association agreement, but I would like to hear from the Vice Chair what is still viewed as challenge. Of course, we will be also talking about the implementation or progress report. So the Parliament is the oversight body, so maybe you can talk about the challenges and in line with achievement. So Mr. Archel, and then we will hear from Mr. Michael. So 6-7 minutes max. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank you, Mr. Vano. I want to thank the organizers of the conference, the EU delegation to Georgia, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, all the participants. I'm very happy to be part of the conference. That is the excellent platform between the government and the civil society. It is an excellent platform for discussion between the partners. Modern democracy is impossible without strong civil society that plays a critical role in political, social, and economic development. Civil society as a good partner to the government can do a lot to contribute to development, and also it can greatly contribute to Georgia's Euro integration. I would like to once again welcome all the participants. I would like to tell you that Georgia is one of the distinguished leaders among the Eastern Partnership countries because of the achievements and it is the result of good cooperation and approximation. So since the day of regaining independence, Georgia has a consistent policy and takes steps to be a dignified member of the European Union. And that's a great responsibility and honor that our generation also contributed to that. We are ready as the government, as the state of Georgia, and also as the society of Georgia to continue the building our democratic institutes, building and strengthening the rule of law, developing our justice system. And I'm happy that Georgia has European Union's full support. And a great example is the unprecedented involvement and engagement of the European Union in the resolution of the political crisis. The Council of Europe President, his personal representative, the ambassadors of the EU and of the United States of Georgia were actively involved and supported the restoration of the dialogue between the political parties. The European Union and the United States were actively also engaged in mediation, and March 8 and April 19 agreements that are the products of those mediation are very important documents for the stabilization of the political crisis. So in the context of the large-scale reforms that Georgia implemented, this kind of support was very important from the other partners. And obviously, whenever you change the model of governance, when you change the election system, when you change the rules of election, when media is free, and when there is high competition on a political background, it was very well expected that Georgia would need a very strong support in the process. And we are very happy and grateful that EU and the United States, same as last year, March, and also this year, in the political dialogue in April, we had that support. Implementation of the achieved agreement will have to reduce political escalation and will boost the rule of law and development of the justice. And I would like to once again reiterate that we have full support towards implementation of the Charles Michel document. Despite of the fact that the political parties achieved consensus on important things such as the justice system reform, election reform, this process many important steps were made in that direction during these years. Georgia continues to enhance its democracy, and that is why it is important that at this stage, political parties also agreed on the same again. I'm not taking time in explaining what each direction means and what it encompasses. So when we talk about elections, we talk about proportionate system and shifting to a proportionate system. We talk about election administration reform, the different election rules, and many critical issues. And I'm very happy that the parliament during this plenary week adopted the first, there was a first hearing of the reform with multi-party support, and there was also the justice system reform, because justice system and fair trial and judiciary is the area where the common position of the people of Georgia is very principled, very strong, and it is the expectation of all the citizens of Georgia that Georgia will ultimately create the system of justice that has a high degree of trust, independence, and transparency. And that is also confirmed by the decisions made by the national courts. It also is demonstrated in the number of cases filed at the European Court of Human Rights, which is reduced by 60%, which means that currently our court system, our judiciary is much more independent and free, and the people of Georgia can have their rights protected and can achieve the resolution. A fair trial can have the fair trial here locally on a domestic level. It does not mean that there are no problems in the judiciary. Of course, we should never believe that the reforms in those critical areas are finalized and completed. No, there should be a continuous monitoring of the reforms. It is important that we never lose the pace and impulse that makes Georgia outstanding in the context of the in the partnership, which I mentioned in the beginning. I would like to take a couple of minutes and speak about the European agenda of Georgia. Our operation, our strategic development has three key goals: security, economic development, and democracy. And obviously, the association agreement identifies and clarifies all those reforms that serve these three purposes. So we have the agenda, we have the association agreement, and that was made possible with the help of the European Union, with participation of the civil society, and the reforms that have been implemented within the association agenda will be reflected not on the final outcome, which is the fully fledged membership of Georgia into European family. No, they will be reflected on a daily routine, on the quality of life of Georgian citizens, on the environment that they live in. I'm talking about both the democratic environment and social, economic, ecological, cultural, etc., which is equally important for Georgians. We are grateful for the support that we get from the European Union. So this is education, transportation development, infrastructure development. It also is about the economic initiatives, supporting the economic initiatives. It is environment protection areas, other strategic areas where Georgia gets tangible support from European Union. And we are very thankful to the European taxpayers who believe that every penny that is sent to Georgia will be duly spent and allocated for the sake of progress and for the sake of Georgia's preparation for the membership. And ultimately, I would like to say that in 2024, you know that the government, or we, the state of Georgia, and all of us, we have a great desire and willingness to make the statement about membership. Of course, that requires a very consistent and strong effort in all directions. It also requires consolidation and common support towards everything that could never be interpreted differently, because the system of European values is already set and established, and we are sharing those values and we're sharing those principles. And in regards to all directions, when implementing public policy, there should be active discussion, different opinions, arguments, and that should lead to common decisions. Once again, I want to thank all of you. I want to thank on behalf of the Parliament of Georgia, and I would like to also thank you on behalf of the chair of the Parliament. It's a very important platform that happens for the fourth time on an annual basis, and it's an excellent platform, and it very well demonstrates that the civil society is the integral part of all the social, political, economic processes, and your effort means a lot to our daily life and to building our future. And at the end, Mr. Vano and dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, on my behalf, I would like to once again reiterate that the legislative body is always open for those who are willing to contribute to building the democratic and the European future of Georgia. Thank you for participating into this very important dialogue. Wish success to Georgia and also to the European Union. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Archel. Thanks for participating, for being with us. So I would like to immediately give the floor to Mr. Michael. He represents a very important committee, and it will be a very important to hear some of his thoughts. So, and he will be talking about the challenges that we face, the progress, and it is the Euro Integration Committee is one of the important ones. Thank you. I would also like to join the words of gratitude that Archel pronounced, and I want to say that yes, it is an excellent opportunity, and presence of such platforms and presence of such means of communication is something that we wish to have forever, as a solid and unchangeable format between the civil society and the government. Otherwise, I do not even imagine how it should happen, how we should claim that we are civilized, and how we can claim that we are striving towards the European Union. It is of critical importance. And I want to also express my gratitude towards those people whose idea it is to hold the conference, who allowed us to use the format to discuss those important topics. This is one of the top priorities, very broad priorities, and this is also the key direction for future development. It is a very broad direction because Euro integration is not just about membership. It's not only about like setting some form of cooperation. It covers all the areas of vital importance where you need to have all the sets of principles in place, and that determines the fact that in all the areas of our life, we have to introduce those important values that are pertinent to Europe. The system of values that makes the European Union and all the European countries stand out. The topic of this panel is not the exception to that, and this is one of the important areas. Of course, let's start. So before we talk about the judiciary and the justice system reform, I want to talk about the establishing the principle of rule of law in our society. It is important that every person in Georgia observes it and recognizes it. Otherwise, implementation of the European Union values will be impossible. So, democratic values are the ones compatible with our future. Otherwise, we will not be able to achieve that effective democracy. And so if it's not in compliance with the principles of rule of law, then it will not be the quality democracy. So that is why I believe that we need to continue in the same direction. For myself as a lawyer, or for myself as the chair of the Human Rights Committee, or for myself as the citizen of Georgia, the key value that needs to be developed for everyone, every single person living here is the rule of law. Otherwise, it will be impossible to realize the whole process. So this is the key value that will bring us to the door of the European Union sooner or later, hopefully sooner. And on 2024, the statement will be made, and I believe that Georgia will be ready to be a member, which includes devotion to the principle of the rule of law. So, in this context, one of the key issues that attract a lot of attention is the judicial reform, the improving the quality of justice. No, unfortunately, Georgia doesn't really have a very good tradition in this regard, and I'll be brave enough to say that for many years it was anti-improvement. It was more of an aggravation than improvement. Many steps were made in this regard, starting from the 90s, from the beginning of the 21st until 2012. But in 2012, the situation changed dramatically. And in this regard, I want to say that many critical reforms were implemented, which were quite productive. And also, when setting the agenda for the ongoing reform, it was mentioned that we need to maybe look into the outcomes of the third wave, fourth wave, and then see the perspective for some of the steps. Those reforms were very well implemented, correctly implemented, but we should not view it as something sufficient. We want to have the justice system, justice which is the quality of the European modern developed quality. And in this regard, we need to take steps forward, but those steps also need to be correct one. For instance, for myself, it is important that the reforms are not should not address the names or the personalities, and the reform should not be reduced down to a staff related or a cadre related the decisions, which would undermine the whole judicial processes. So political government should not be making decisions about the presence or absence of the specific persons in the judiciary. The judiciary should operate on the basis of properly selected criteria, into a properly shaped system, and to be independent and autonomous in decision making. In this regard, they need support from the legislative body, and that the reform will aim to do that. Of course, it is very important. I would also like to mention that something that is on the agenda for today. So, the incidents that we have, the incidents that happen in the Georgian society, they are not to be allowed, and we need to do a lot to reduce that. Just want to mention one thing. There is a very important advertising video on TV channels where you have a very good explanation of what many people may have no good understanding yet. We can stand together, and it doesn't really take us all to be the same. We need to be able to see the differences, appreciate, value, but still stand as one. Otherwise, it is impossible. Otherwise, we are not developing. So it's important that people have a good understanding of that, and the government, the parliament, all the political parties, the parties of influence that have impact on the public opinion, everybody needs to work very hard. And there should be no new locations of tension or aggravation or conflict. To the contrary, a lot of discussion with the broader society. And I'm totally sure that the only way, the proper way for European development is through establishing the actual rule of those values. And the government will make sure that the results are driven into those direction. Unfortunately, I have to leave you very soon, and I would like to apologize for that. But in future, I do hope that we will continue to communicate and to cooperate. Thank you, Mr. Michael. Now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Ivana, and I would like to maybe pay attention to two things. Cooperation between Georgia, Ukraine, Moldova. What is your position about that? So it started at the parliamentary level a bit early, and then the executive government joined in a bit later. So what is your idea of the cooperation? What could be achieved? And the second thing that is quite often the topic for discussion, and again, about those statements that Georgia makes by 2024. So many believe that it should be done jointly. Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova. Do you believe that the trio should do it together, or is it still an individual step that each country needs to make? 6-7 minutes in total. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I'm grateful for invitation.
მადლობას გიხდით, ესე იგი მოწვევისთვის და იმისთვის, რომ უკრაინული პერსპექტივა შეიძლება გაჟღერდეს, ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია, რომ საქართველოს და უკრაინა ერთ მსგავს პლატფორმებზე იდგეს, ქართველი და უკრაინელი ხალხი, და მე მინდა, რომ ეს შესაძლებლობა გამოვიყენო და ყველა ქართველ მეგობარს და კოლეგალს მივულოცო გუშინდელი დამოუკიდებლობის დღე. ჩვენ ყველამ ძალიან კარგად ვიცით, როგორ მოვიპოვეთ, როგორ დავიბრუნეთ ჩვენი დამოუკიდებლობა და ასევე ვიცით საითაა ჩვენი მომავალი. და ასევე მნიშვნელოვანია შევხედოთ, როგორ ვიყენებთ ჩვენს ხელთ არსებულ შესაძლებლობებს. როგორც იქნა ბოლოს, ესე იგი შეიქმნა ეს მემორანდუმი, რომელსაც ხელი მოეწერა საქართველოს უკრაინის მოლდოვას სახელით, რომელმაც დაასრულა დიალოგი, რომელიც მიმდინარეობდა გარკვეული პერიოდის განმავლობაში, ანუ კი არ დაასრულა, რეალურად ფორმალური სივრცე შექმნა, ფორმალური პლატფორმა შექმნა, რომელიც ასოცირებულ ტრიოს უკავშირდება, რომელმაც შეიძლება რაღაც ცალკე ბილიკიც კი აირჩიოს, ცალკე ესე იგი და ბოლო დროის მოვლენებს რომ შევხედოთ განსაკუთრებით ბელორუსში, გასაგებია ხო რომ ერთნაირი მიდგომით ყველა ქვეყანასთან მოპყრობა, ვისაც აქვს, ესე იგი, ვისაც ასოების შეთანხმება აქვს, ვისაც ევროპული ინტეგრაციის მიმართულება აქვს, რა თქმა უნდა, აი ამ მიმართულებაში იქნება ძალიან ბევრი აღმავალი და დაღმავალი მიმართულებები, ბევრი ნაკლოვანება და ძლიერი მხარე და ნამდვილად ახლა ერთ-იგივე პოლიტიკით, ერთ-იგივე მიდგომით შეიძლება ვერ მიუდგები ამ სამ ქვეყანას, როგორც მაგალითად დიქტატორულ რეჟიმებს მიუდგებოდი და საუბრობთ აღმოსავლეთ პარტნიორების ქვეყნებზე, არა საზოგადოებებზე, რა თქმა უნდა, სახელმწიფოებზე და ესე ვთქვათ, იმ ძალაუფლებებზე იქ. აუცილებელია, რომ პროაქტიული პოზიცია დავიკავოთ ყველამ ერთად. საუბრობ საქართველოს, მოლდოვა, უკრაინის საერთო პოზიციაზე და შევხედოთ, ესე იგი, და საერთო მიდგომა ჩამოვაყალიბოთ ევროკავშირის დასანახად თუ როგორ, ესე იგი, წვლილს შევიტანთ აღმოსავლეთ პარტნიორობაში, როგორ შეიცვლება თუნდაც აღმოსავლეთ პარტნიორობა, როგორ გამოეხმაურება ეს ყველაფერი ამ მიმდინარე მოვლენებს, ანუ მთავარი ხაზი ევროკავშირთან თანამშრომლობის ყველა ქვეყნისთვის არის, რა თქმა უნდა, ორმხრივი ხაზი და თუ ჩვენ აი ამ ორმხრივ ხაზებზე გავძლიერდებით და თან ასე ვთქვათ შეიძლება ერთადაც ამასობაში გარკვეულ გამოწვევებს დავძლებთ და გავივლით, ეს ზუსტად ძალიან კარგი იქნება. ასევე აღმოსავლეთ პარტნიორობა სააკლია აი ეს უსაფრთხოების კომპონენტი, რომელიც არის კრიტიკული მნიშვნელობის ამ ჩვენი რეგიონისთვის, ამ ტერიტორიისთვის და ამიტომაც ესე იგი აი ეს ტრიოს ინტერესიც აქ ძალიან კარგად ემთხვევა ერთმანეთს და ეს ჩვენთვისაც გამოწვევა, ასევე გამოწვევა ევროკავშირისთვის რომ შემოღებული იქნას მართლა ესე იგი ძლიერი უსაფრთხოების კომპონენტი ამ თანამშრომლობის პლატფორმის ფარგლებში. მე უნდა ვთქვა, რომ მე ვუსმენდი წინა პანელსაც მივადევნე ყური და ვუსმენდი დისკუსიას და უნდა ხაზი გავუსვა ერთ რაღაცას. ჩემი პერსპექტივიდან რაც არ უნდა იქნას მიღწეული, ესე იგი, ასოციაციების შეთანხმების იმპლემენტაციის კუთხით, ხო? ეს ყველაფერი ესე იგი იყო რაღაცნაირად, ესე იგი, სენდვიჩის ფორმით, ანუ ერთი ხალხის ნდობა ინდივიდუალური პირების, თვითონ სახელმწიფოს მოხელეების, რომ ყველაფერი გააკეთონ იმისთვის, რომ რეფორმის დღესასწაული განხორციელდეს, როგორც საკანონმდებლო აღმასრულების დონეზე, მაგრამ ეს ასევე იყო ძალიან აქტიური ჩართულობით სამოქალაქო საზოგადოების და ძალიან აქტიური როლით, ესე იგი 2014 და 2019 წლებში უკრაინაში მაგალითად და იყო ასევე ჩვენი აქტიური მონაწილეობა თანამშრომლობა აღმოსავლეთ პარტნიორებთან და ესეთი მიდგომა, ესეთი სენდვიჩი როცა მუშაობდა, უფრო ვთქვათ, კარგად შეგვეძლო ხოლმე მიზნების მიღწევა და აი აქ ესე იგი ჩვენ შეგვიძლია უზრუნველყოთ, რომ ესე იგი სენდვიჩის ყველა ფენა ესე იგი აუცილებლად კიდევ უფრო გაძლიერდეს. ამ სამი ქვეყნის ეს ვთქვათ ყველა ფენა დაემარტოს და შრე დაემატოს და იგივე მიდგომით მოლდოვა, უკრაინა, საქართველოში ამან იმოქმედოს. მე ნამდვილად ვერ გამოვაცხადებთ ახლა დიდი სიამაყით, რომ აი უკრაინამ ძალიან დიდ პროგრესს მიაღწია, მაგალითად სასამართლო რეფორმის ან კანონის უზენაესობის რეფორმის კუთხით, ახლა რაც დაიწყო 2016-17 წლებში, რაღაცნაირად ეს ყველაფერი ისევ ამან უკან დაიხია და დღესდღეობით ჩვენ მაინც გვაქვს იმის მოლოდინი, რომ უმრავლესობის ესე იგი კოლეგები პარლამენტში შეძლებენ რაღაცა კონკრეტული ინიციატივების დაყენებას და თავიანთი ხედვას ამენაირად ჩამოაყალიბებენ ის თაობაზე თუ როგორ ხედავენ ზოგადად სასამართლოს რეფორმას. მე ვფიქრობ, რომ ეს არის ძალიან სენსიტიური ნაწილი ჩვენი განვითარების. მე მგონი ჩვენ ყველა ვიზიარებთ მე მივხვდით იმ ყველა პოზიტიური მხარისა, რაც მოხდა საქართველოს უკრაინაში. ჩვენ ყველას გვაქვს საზიარო აი ეს ყოფილი ვთქვათ საბჭოური მემკვიდრეობა, ხო? რაღაცა კანონის უგულებელყოფას გულისხმობ, ხო? აი კანონის პროცედურის უგულებელყოფა საზოგადოებაში, რაღაც დამკვიდრებულია თითქოს ეს და დემოკრატია არის ეს წესები, პროცედურები და ასევე კულტურაც. კულტურა რომ აი უზრუნველყოფილი იყოს სამართლიანობა ყველასთვის. კულტურა რომ იყოს პატივისცემა კანონის მიმართ, სხვათა უფლებების მიმართ, თანასწორობის მიმართ და ასე შემდეგ და ასე შემდეგ და აი ეს არის ის სენსიტიური საკითხები, რომლებზეც ჯერ კიდევ სამუშაო გვაქვს და მე მგონი ერთად უნდა ვიმუშაოთ. მე მივესალმები საქართველოს ინიციატივას, რომ ესე იგი 2024 წლისთვის გაკეთეს ეს განაცხადი. ყველაფერი დამოკიდებული ალბათ იქნება იმაზე, თუ როგორ მოხდება მობილიზება საზოგადოების დონეზე, ასევე საკანონმდებლო და აღმასრულებელი ხელისუფლების დონეზე. მე როგორ ვხედავ აი ამ მომენტში სამწუხაროდ, ჩვენც გქონდა გარკვეული მსგავსი იდეები და შეთავაზებები, რომ ჩვენც ესე იგი დაგვეწესებინა ესეთი კონკრეტული თარიღი, ჩვენც გვეთქვა 2024 და ჩვენც ესე იგი ვაპირებდით სხვა ქვეყნის პარტნიორებთან ესე იგი ურთიერთობას და მუშაობას სხვა ესე იგი თავმჯდომარეობის, ანუ ნაბიჯ-ნაბიჯ ჩვენც ვუყურებდით იმას, თუ როგორ მივსულიყავთ ახლო ჩვენ სტრატეგიულ მიზნამდე, მაგრამ ამ მომენტში ვერ ვხედავ, რომ უკრაინამ შეეძლოს იგივე ტემპით ამ ყველაფერთან დაწევა. ამიტომ კი შეგვიძლია სადაც კი შევძლებთ ერთმანეთს უნდა დავეხმაროთ, მაგრამ ასევე თითოეულმა ქვეყანამ თუ კი რამე ფანჯარა ექნება შესაძლებლობის არ უნდა გაუშვას ეს ხელიდან. თუ საქართველოსთვის ეს შესაძლებლობის ფანჯარა გაიხსნება, ძალიან მაგარი იქნება. ჩვენც თუ მივყევით, რა თქმა უნდა გადასარევი იქნება, მაგრამ ერთმანეთს უკან არ უნდა დავხიოთ, ერთმანეთს უკან არ უნდა დავწიოთ. ერთმანეთს რომ მიაღწიოს წარმატებას ამ ტრიოდან დანარჩენებით აუცილებლად მიყვებიან, დარწმუნებული ვარ და ანუ დამოკიდებულია ეს ყველაფერი სიტუაციის მობილიზებაზე თითოეულ ქვეყანაში, შიგნით ეროვნულ დონეზე და ამის წინ წაყვანაზე. და მე ბოდის გიხდით, მე უკრაინის ყველაზე დასავლური რეგიონიდან ესე იგი ვარ. რეალურად ფიზიკურად ესე იგი თავიდანვე მინდოდა ყოფილიყავი, მაგრამ სხვა წინასწარ დაგეგმილი მოვლენების გამო უნდა გაგეთიშოთ ახლა ცოტა ხანში. Thank you, Miss Ivana. Thanks for joining us. Because anyways, it was not easy because of your busy schedule. Our next speaker is the representative of the civil society and Mr. Nicholas. And actually, let's start from what Mr. Michael said, quote, since 2012, justice system reform had dramatically changed. The situation dramatically changed. So Young Lawyers Association is actively involved in the association agreement implementation process. So they are active participant, watchdogs. So do you agree to that statement? Or disagree, strongly disagree, or strongly agree? What is the part that you disagree with? And then we move to the discussion, please. Thank you. I want to thank you. I want to welcome all the members of the panel, the attendees of the conference. I want to thank the organizers of the conference for allowing us to discuss very important issues. And today I will have the chance to talk about very important things: the rule of law, the independence of the judiciary, and this is the very last word that I want to start speaking. And later, I would also like to congratulate you with the Independence Day. And I just want to wish myself and wish each and every one of us to live to the day where we have independent institutions for which the civil society organizations, political parties are fighting on a daily basis. In order for us to talk about the observation of the rule of law, a fair state, etc., the most important institution for that is the judiciary, the judicial system and its independence, and overall independence of the justice system. So in this regard, there were some steps taken in the country, but whether those steps were sufficient or not, that is the thing for assessment. And also, there are so many other things that we need to do to achieve a fully independent judiciary in the context of the reality. So this is a very interesting overall topic to discuss. So let's start by saying that last month, it was April the 19th, Georgia achieved very important political decision. Political agreement. I'm talking about Charles Michel document, and on this document, one of the commitments of the political parties was to implement the judicial reform. The provision about judicial reform is the improvement of procedural norms. There is also focus on transparency, overall improvement, but it also has a provision that says that the parties assume the responsibility to initiate in-depth reform of the High Council of Justice. And in-depth reform, what it encompasses is very important. For instance, what the reform should contain, it is not mentioned. It is not prescribed in the agreement document. Same as we have the general statement about the election reform. So the specific areas of the judicial reform are not prescribed into the Charles Michel agreement, but we need to mention that this reform, I mean, judicial reform is of extreme necessity for Georgia. It is critically necessary. And we should be starting by from where? We should be starting by mentioning that for many years, the civil society organization keeps talking about this informal group of influence of judges, which is called clan. And this clan is now an international term, because this group of informal influence, the clan, is already discussed by the Senate of the United States, by our partners. We also received the recommendations about the clan within the Universal Periodic Review from our international partners. We also received recommendations about the clan, suggesting that the whole judicial system needs to be transformed. Since 2013 and up to 2021, the changes that have been implemented into the court system, we analyzed all of that, and we had a presentation of the survey a couple of days ago. Very briefly, I can tell you that from 2013 until 2021, important changes were made into the judicial system, but those changes were not sufficient to end up with genuinely independent court system. The changes were mainly focusing on making sure that the group of influence becomes more powerful, and some of the changes were about and more secured, and usually the changes will be procedural, some transparency related, which are also important, of course, but the changes would never consider or take into account the context. We're talking about the informal influence, which is there in the High Council of Justice, which means that the judge members of the High Council of Justice, the judge members that are greatly influenced by the clan, they are the majority, and actually they can make any decision whatsoever that relates to justice and the court system. Any decision can be made by those judges that are influenced by the clan. As a result of the analysis, we could see that this context was never considered. Also, during the mediation process, it was our suggestion that regarding appointment of the members of the High Council of Justice that are not judge members, which are appointed by the Parliament, there should be a more enhanced role of the Parliament, and also there should be the role of the opposition parties regarding non-judge members, so that the non-judge members are appointed on the basis of the consensus between the majority and opposition parties. Another recommendation that we had was that we need to change the decision-making process in the High Council of Justice, so that just one group, even the majority, should not be allowed to make decisions so that simple. So that is why it's important that at High Council of Justice, decision making about critical issues versus appointment, the dismissal of judges, disciplinary proceedings, career promotion of judges. So those decisions should be based on the consensus. And by consensus, we mean that there should be a mandatory consensus of the judge and non-judge members of the High Council. So by doing so, we believe that this power and influence that exists from the clan, this informal influence, so this kind of setting will reduce the influence or will soften the influence, and those decisions will be also taken by the non-judge members. And as a result, the judicial system will not be just locked into those informal context and under informal influence. So, and as a result, that one group will have reduced influence. The power and authority will be balanced out and allocated. And by doing so, we will immediately improve the independence of individual judges whenever they have to make decision. So those reforms are of critical importance, and they will ultimately bring us to the important outcomes. Now, these reforms, they are not cut in stone. We are open for suggestions. So, and of course, it doesn't mean that they will be immediately reflected, but what we suggest that these are the areas of the reform that need to be implemented, substantive reforms. Again, in Charles Michel document, they are not formulated and prescribed word for word, but these are the areas of critical importance, and it takes support from the European Union, and it takes support from our partners to call upon the government to take steps and reduce the influence of the clan. So those different steps, so the agreement document, the Charles Michel document, may not be addressing those individual steps, but it sets the general requirement. And in order to achieve what we need the participation from the international community to make sure that the reforms are proceeding in a right direction, and the judicial power is balanced. I don't want to speak too much. I want to keep to the time. Wish you success, and of course, if there are questions, I'll be more than willing to answer. Thank you. I want to join now because Vano has some internet connection problem, and that is why I'm representing Vano now. So first off, I would like to thank you for very interesting ideas and thoughts, and I'm not sure if Mr. Archil is still with us. I would want to hear some of his ideas. Mr. Sven Mixer, first, thank you very much for participating. He is the speaker at the European Parliament on Georgian issues, and he's the MP, Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats. So it would be very interesting to hear some of your thoughts. And we will have more speeches on the panel. We have Nino Deliza from EastFed later on. We have not fully exhausted. So Vano is also back also, yes. And there will be discussion about minorities and also the election reform. I will give the floor back to Vano because he is the moderator. I'm sorry. No help. It was very helpful. Thank you. We had some problem internet. Please, the floor is yours, I guess. So as we see, it is Mr. Sven Mixer, and yes, the floor is yours, please. From Brussels, yeah, your perspective, how you see it all.
Yes, thank you very much.
Დიდი მადლობა.
Yes, thank you very much. I hope
და
you can,
დიდი მადლობა.
hear me.
იმედი მაქვს რომ ხედავთ და გესმით. პირველ რიგში მინდა რომ კიდევ ერთხელ
Georgia
მივულოთ საქართველოს და საქართველოს ყველა მოქალაქეს.
yesterday.
ესე იგი ის დამოუკიდებლობის დღე, რომელიც გუშინ იზეიმეთ. ასევე მადლობა ორგანიზატორებს ამ ღონისძიების ჩატარებისთვის.
First of all, regarding this
და რაც ეხება აი ამ პარტნიორობას.
I would like to say that obviously this European policy
ევროპის ევროკავშირის პოლიტიკა
in promoting regional cooperation on one hand and
ძალიან მნიშვნელოვან უწევს მხარდაჭერას რეგიონალურ თანამშრომლობას, აძლიერებს კავშირებს და სხვა მიმართულებით მუშაობს. და ასევე ევროკავშირის კუთხიდან რომ ვთქვათ, აღმოსავლეთ პარტნიორობა გვეხმარება რომ ფოკუსი შევინარჩუნოთ აი ამ ძალიან მნიშვნელოვან, ესე იგი, სფეროში. ესე იგი და შევინარჩუნოთ ესე იგი ჩვენი მონაწილეობა ამ კონკურენციის ფარგლებში. რა თქმა უნდა, უდავოა რომ პარტნიორები აღმოსავლეთ პარტნიორები არიან ძალიან მრავალფეროვანი. ხო, ყველა სხვა დონე აქვს დემოკრატიის, კანონის უზენაესობის განხორციელების, ასევე აქვთ გარკვეული ესე იგი გამოხატული ამბიციები ევროკავშირის წევრობასთან დაკავშირებით, ყველას აქვს ამის განზრახვა და სურვილი და ასევე უნდა ითქვას, რომ აღმოსავლეთ პარტნიორობა არ უნდა ავურიოთ, ესე იგი გაფართოების პოლიტიკაში. აღმოსავლეთ პარტნიორობა არ არის გაფართოების ტოლფასი, მაგრამ ეს ასევე ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია, იმიტომ რომ ესე იგი ის ქვეყნები, რომელსაც აქვს ლეგიტიმური ასპირაცია და თქვათ მიმართულება, ისინი არ დაშორდნენ ევროპას. როცა ვლაპარაკობთ ამ ტრიოს პროექტზე, ეს არის ისეთი რაღაცა, რასაც უნდა დაეჭიროს მხარი აუცილებლად. როცა ვლაპარაკობთ, ესე იგი ევროატლანტიკური ინტეგრაცია ასპირაციაზე და სხვა თანამშრომლობა და ასევე არსებობს ეს ვთქვათ DCFTA ასოცირების შეთანხმება, ეს ვთქვათ გაერთიანება აი ამ ქვეყნების ძალისხმევა რომ გახდეს წევრები, ეს ამას უნდა მხარი დაეჭიროს, ეს უნდა წახალისდეს და არ უნდა მოხდეს ამის ვთქვათ ჩახშობა, რა თქმა უნდა, რაც ეხება საქართველოს და მის ესე ვთქვათ განაცხადის გაკეთების თარიღს, ხო, 2024 წელი ითქვა, აუცილებელია რომ ამბიციური მიზნები იქნას დასახული. სულისკვეთება უნდა იყოს აუცილებლად ნამდვილი, არა მხოლოდ პოლიტიკური ელიტის, ასევე მას უნდა უჭერდეს ძალიან დიდი უმრავლესობა საზოგადოების და ასეც არის საქართველოში. და ეს კიდევ უფრო აძლიერებს ლეგიტიმურობას. ესე იგი ამბიციური მიზანი და ასევე მკაფიოდ დადგმული თარიღი არის ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი იმისთვის, რომ ფოკუსი შენარჩუნდეს. და ეს არის ასევე ძალიან კარგი ინსტრუმენტი იმისთვის, რომ სახელმწიფო ინსტიტუციები იყვნენ მოტივირებული და ასევე საზოგადოება ფართოდ, რომ ესე იგი და ასევე მოლოდინების მართვისთვისაც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია. ყველა რეფორმა, რომელიც უნდა განხორციელდეს, ესე იგი საქართველოში, ყველა ქვეყნებს, რა თქმა უნდა, სხვა ქვეყნებსაც ესე იგი მსგავსი ამბიციები აქვს. ყველა რეფორმა ხელს უწყობს სოციო-ეკონომიკურ განვითარებას, ქვეყნის კონკურენტობის ზრდას, მიუხედავად იმისა, თუ როდის მოხდება რეალურად ამ მიზნის მიღწევა. ამიტომაც მნიშვნელოვანია, რომ ეს ვთქვათ ფოკუსი არ დაიკარგოს, კი იქნება გამოწვევები. ევროკავშირის გაფართოება, რა თქმა უნდა, კონკრეტულ კრიტერიუმებს ეყრდნობა, მაგრამ ასევე არის ძალიან მკაფიო პოლიტიკური დღის წესრიგიც, ხო? ამიტომაც მე ძალიან ესე იგი აქტიურად ვუჭერ მხარს ამ პროცესს, ამ ამბიციასაც ასევე სამოქალაქო საზოგადოებას, მთავრობას, საქართველოს ხალხს მოვუწოდებ, რომ აი ამ მიმართულებით აქტიურად იმუშაოს და ეს ამბიცია გქონდეს და რაც შეიძლება მალე მიაღწიონ ამ მიზანს და ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია, რომ თქვენ გყავდეთ მხარდამჭერები, მოკავშირეები ევროპაში, რომლებიც არა მხოლოდ ესე დაგიჭერენ მხარს, არამედ აი აქტიურად ესე იგი დაუჭერენ მხარს და აქტიურად დაგეხმარებიან ამას განხორციელებაში, იმიტომ რომ ჩვენთვის ძალიან კარგად არის ცნობილი, რომ საქართველო არ ახორციელებს ესე იგი რეფორმას ან სასამართლოს ან პოლიტიკურ რეფორმას მხოლოდ რაღაც გეოპოლიტიკურ ვაკუუმში, ხო? არ არის მხოლოდ ერთი, ვთქვათ, ეს ვიწრო გეოგრაფიული კონტექსტი და საერთო კონტექსტია, ასევე არიან, ვთქვათ, იმ სამეზობლო სხვა ქვეყნები, რომელთა მიზნები და ამოცანებიც ძალიან განსხვავდება საქართველოს მიზნებისგან და ამოცანებისგან, ასევე ევროკავშირის მიზნებისგან და ამოცანებისგან. ახლა მინდა პოლიტიკურ ანტაგონიზმს შევეხო და ესე იგი კრიზის და ევროკავშირის მიერ განხორციელებულ მედიაციის პროცესს ამ კრიზისის დაძლევის მიმართულებით. ევროკავშირმა მე მიმაჩნია, რომ ძალიან კონსტრუქციული როლი ითამაშა. იმისათვის საქართველოში იყო ევროკავშირის წარმომადგენელი ძალიან დიდი ხნის განმავლობაში. ასევე ბატონი შარლ-მიშელი საბჭოს პრეზიდენტი თვითონ იყო ესე იგი ჩართული და ეს არის ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი. კიდევ უფრო დიდ ვთქვათ მნიშვნელოვანებას ანიჭებს ამ ყველაფერს და აი კრიტიკულად მნიშვნელოვანია რომ ესე ვთქვათ აი ეს მედიაცია წარმატებით დასრულებულიყო. ამ ძალისხმევამ ძალიან დიდი მხარდაჭერა
spectrum, and I think that it's very important to point out that irrespective of party affiliation, the political groups in the European Parliament, the individual members of the European Parliament who are dealing with Georgia, all expressed a very clear call to all political parties to take up their seats in the Parliament after the election. They also expressed the conviction that those entrusted with power, the ruling party, have a particular responsibility in bringing a constructive solution to the table. And I'm very happy that actually this process, despite sort of initial hiccups, produced a successful outcome. Obviously, it is primarily up to the Georgian political parties and politicians to come up with particular solutions and to resolve political crises. So the EU can help with advice, with mediation, with facilitation, but the solution needs to come from within the country, and obviously. There are some critical areas covered in the Charles Michel document. I think that the document needs to be implemented as quickly as possible, so as to remove some of those long-standing issues that have caused the political antagonism from the table. And I think power sharing in the parliament and constructive cooperation between the ruling party and the opposition is one of those elements. The electoral reform obviously is another one. And while it's not up to the European Union to prescribe a detailed electoral system for any country, and you know that even within the EU we have a variety of different electoral systems, it is, I think, one of the issues that has produced a lot of bad blood between the political players in Georgia. So it's important that it be resolved in a way that is agreed by the majority of the political players. And then obviously judiciary reform is one of the critical elements. It's also one of the policy areas that I think best demonstrates to the EU that the reform and the political maturity and the separation and proper balance of powers is sort of sustainable and durable in Georgia. I won't go into too much detail because because you all know the concerns and the expectations and recommendations that the Venice Commission and various EU players have made over a longer period of time, from the appointment of the judges to the delivery of justice, all the way to the perception of politicized justice. So I think this is it's important that there be maximum transparency and genuine effort to resolve these issues for good, so that they won't become obstacle to the political process in the future. Once again, I thank you very much for this opportunity to address this audience, and since I have another meeting on top of the hour, which is in 2 minutes, I won't be able to stay, but I know that there will be very eloquent, very important speakers following me in this panel. So I wish the conference every success, and thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. So we have two more members of the panel. Now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Alexandra Kalatozishvili. So they work on minority rights for many years. And this is something that is very important in the process of your integration. And because of the Copenhagen criteria, protection of the rights of minorities is one of the key criteria. And in general, it is considered that Georgia had made some steps, so legislative framework is more or less well established. And I want to ask Alexandra, what would you say? How would you evaluate the legislative framework and also the practice that we have in the country? Please be as brief as possible, because we are also stealing time already from the other panels. Good afternoon, Vano. I would like to welcome the distinguished audience. Thanks to the organizers for inviting, and it's great that I will be able to talk about the minority issues on this high podium. So until now, no speaker has specifically covered the ethnic minority issues, although I totally agree that it is very, very important when we talk about the Georgia's integration. And so ethnic minorities, so just to I'll give the overview and answer the question. So in ethnic minorities, so among the ethnic minorities, support of integration is very high. So there are many unresolved challenges, issues, and many of the ethnic minorities are not fully engaged into the processes, and different actors are fighting in order to be influential and have influence over those small minorities, and they do everything to make sure that their influence is very strong. Reasonable, unreasonable motivators are used by them. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to mobilize them under the European integration. It is very difficult. So despite the huge support, more than half of the population supports it, supports your integration, but still the well-reasoned and well-understood support is not present. There's no clear and deep understanding about all the beauty of the Euro integration. What will be the benefits? What are the opportunities? There is a lack of knowledge about that. Also, lack of knowledge and awareness about all the social, economic, and different programs that were implemented with the help of EU. So on the other hand, we also need to mention that minorities are, again, one of the big target groups for disinformations. Usually it is from the foreign media and information outlets. For many years, they've been under the same influence, and that develops all the wrong understanding and ideas that has impact on attitudes towards Euro integration. Again, if we take into consideration the fact that now those minorities, that there are quite significant number of minorities that still regret the collapse of Soviet Union, and many believe that because of good relations with Russia, we have to say no to EU integration. So if we put these two groups to one another and compare, you will see that deeply understood support towards integration is low. Another unfortunate thing is that we view minorities as one big body, big mass. And that is obvious in the government policy, in also the communication strategy with the NATO and EU membership strategy. You will immediately see that as if all of the different ethnic minorities are viewed as one body. All those ethnic minorities they're so different and dramatically different attitudes also inside of each respective groups. They have different attitudes towards domestic policy, foreign policy, integration. So that is the first thing we need to properly understand and realize, and we have to have more targeted we need to have more targeted approach towards different, small minority groups, and we also need to consider the geopolitical situation in the country. And actually, that changed since the Second Karabakh War, because that created a lot of challenges. Unfortunately, I need to say that those challenges are now much more deeper than the things that we are talking about for many years. So those who work on integration. So every time that it was about minorities, we would never but actually now the discussion is driven to like knowledge of state language or lack of knowledge. We need to have a more complex picture of all the challenges, threats, and the state policy needs to be enhanced in this direction, because up to now what I observe is that quite often the state policy more is reactive rather than proactive when we talk about minorities. So and one more thing that I want to mention, it relates to the understanding that EU integration and stable democracy is one of the other topics of the panel. It bases upon the inclusive principle. I mean, the majority of the members to be a part of the decision-making process, right? So I will not make a mistake by saying that in minority regions, it's just recently started to shift from the imitation of democracy to its actual failing. So if we look at past couple of elections, there is a higher political competition. I'm talking about those regions that are settled with minorities, although we have challenges in this regard. I mean, formal or informal influences of the neighbor countries on election processes, which is very dramatic. And we know that in perspective, it doesn't bring about anything good. So ultimately, what we have is we have two different scenarios of how things will develop. It depends on what our choice is. But one is the stable and participatory democracy, or The second is disintegration, confrontation, and regress. So in order for the processes to stay within the stable democracy, it is important to make sure that all the actors, whether these are political parties, opposition, ruling parties, civil society organizations, media, everyone, it is important for them to share the responsibility, because obviously the attitudes need to change. So before we make a decision which way to go, I mean, in regards to minorities, before the red light is on, we need to make sure we make a decision. So once again, that has to be understood by everyone. We need to have a consolidated idea about attitudes. And we also need to move towards political integration. And I would like to honestly thank our partners, international, EU, USAID, and why I'm mentioning this too. Economic, because this is not only for the region, but it is also for the keeping stability. It's a formula. So, I mean, the possibility to do business is one of the big stimulus. And second, political participation of the minorities is enhanced. So, yeah, we were supporting the proportionate system. We used to vote for it. We still support it. But it turns out that our political spectrum, they are not ready to increase their minority representation into their groups, into their parties. And you can obviously see it in 2020. So you had more than 50 election subjects and so many initiative groups, and you would see that the ethnic minorities would usually be after the position 35 and below. So it's obvious, right, that it immediately undermines the mindset, the self-esteem, motivation of the minorities. They're never motivated to learn Georgian, etc., etc. So in past, political actors were standing behind minorities, knowledge of lack of knowledge of Georgians, and they would explain it was, oh, they don't know language, that's why that's too old. That is outdated, because there is a huge generation of minorities who speak very good Georgian, although still we have no minority representative in Sarajevo, in Tbilisi municipality, despite the fact that they are 15% is minorities. Also, if you look into the pre-election programs of the political parties, what do they have about the minorities, the settlement areas, the regions? So what legislation we're talking about, even if you look into a party programs, there is nothing. It is so superficial. I mean, the list of problems is so superficial. There is no long-term position about how to solve. Usually it's like a verbal promise they make, which is very scarce, very shallow. And whatever the entries are made into documents, they are nominal by nature. And honestly, and again, thanks to the NGOs and international organizations, usually if that happens because of the NGOs and internationals, and not something voluntary done by the parties. Just to summarize what I said already, I think that the attitudes need to be changed. We need to work on that. We have some views, some ideas about how to improve the political and economic engagement of the minorities, and how to reduce threats, I mean, foreign threats and their impact on Georgian ethnic minorities living in Georgia, because that really affects our foreign policy, and we are sharing all of that with different stakeholders. So one more sentence, very brief. So quite recently, the election reform working group, which we are the member of, we submitted to this working group our ideas and thoughts about how to enhance the political engagement of the minorities. So I think we need to introduce the financial incentives mechanism for those political parties, also the ethnic minority candidate, the number of candidates, and proper positioning of the lists into the list should be entailed now with some financial incentives. There are other models that could also be used, but that will be a subject of a broader discussion, and we need to agree on that, and so on and so forth. So there are many views. There is a readiness to work on these issues. And the only thing that is very helpful, the political parties and everyone, every stakeholders is ready to start working with the parties, and that's quite hope-giving. And before so I will stop now before you stop me. Of course, if we have time for questions, I'll be addressing those issues. Thank you, Alexandra. Unfortunately, we have no time. Actually, the Q&A session that was supposed to follow this part is canceled. There'll be no Q&A. Now I would like to give the floor to Nino Dolidze from ISFED. Charles Michel document was mentioned several times. It consists of several postulates. One is the ambitious election reform. There is progress in this regard. So I wonder what would be your feedback. So what is your position? What is the position of your organization? Will that be a safeguard that the elections that will be held will be conducted, and the local elections will be conducted in a more appropriate environment?
დიდი მადლობა. ვეცდები ჩემი გურული უნარები გამოვიყენო და მოკლედ.
I will try to take the advantage of being from Guria and be fast. So thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to talk about the issues that are very important for the country, and also for us on this integration road. And I would like to thank all the speakers and the EU for the mediation during this political crisis and for resolving the crisis. I would like to seize this opportunity and congratulate everyone with the Georgia's Independence Day. It is actually worth mentioning that. So 100 years ago, we had a constitution in Georgia that was one of the most progressive, that laid the foundation to the European choice that our country has pursued, and I'm sure that we will continue this. On this European integration road, it is very important to hear the opinions of the civil society organizations, and I would like to thank the European colleagues for enabling us to be very actively involved in the mediation process. To me, one of the achievements was that when the political parties laid their emphasis on two issues, mostly, we managed to introduce another issue about the reforms in the agenda. As a result of the mediation, what reforms could have been implemented. So now we suggested that this is a time to implement the reforms, the justice reform, the electoral reform, also then checks and balances, and also distribution of power in the parliament. So the document that was signed on the 19th of April, I think that incorporates all these reforms. Now, as for the electoral reform, I try to be brief. About this, I can say that in general, the history of our electoral reform reflects the democratic development of Georgia, because always we had a problem that the issues reflected in the electoral reform, these issues were focused on addressing and resolving the current problems, and we did not look at the improvement of the electoral legislation in the long run. It was only focused on the current problems. And then in March, between the GD and the citizens, there was a memorandum, or it was the initiative to amend the legislation. And we said that that is actually based on the resolution of the political crisis. And when we received the opinion from the Venice Commission and the OSCE ODR, we read that we have an impression that this reform is tailored to the political situation, the current political situation. But after that, we saw that the process became very inclusive. After signing the Sharm el-Sheikh document, the political parties got involved in this process, which should be evaluated positively, because when it is about the electoral problem reform, of course, all the political parties should have an opportunity to voice their opinions, including those parties who are not in the parliament. Let me also say that we submitted recommendations, and some recommendations were already incorporated. In order to have better elections, let me highlight what is important. During we had the important reforms during the previous elections. We had a constitutional reform, and also it was about shifting to the proportional system. There was a lower threshold. However, despite important legislative reforms, still we saw some problems during the previous elections. So let me say that it is very important that ourselves and the political parties and all the stakeholders, including the electoral administration, we need to have the political will to conduct elections in a fair and free manner. Now we need to have the political will among the parties to have the fair elections, and it is really very important. The adopted legislation will enable us to hold good elections, but we just need to see that there is a will for that. What I would like to underline is that during the run-up to the elections, and that has been a problem for a long time already, there is no line, no clear line between the ruling party and the ruling team and the political party, and that was the clear indication from the Western partners. It is very important to have the clear line what the local government or the authorities are doing and how this should be perceived, so that whatever is done by the central or local authorities, it should not be understood as an activity of one political party only. So this is not what the electorate should perceive. For us, it is very important to have an equal environment where the political parties will have equal opportunities and where the voters have an opportunity to make the informed choice. Also, the electoral administration should play a big role. The members, we see that there are more members now, and every political party can have its representative in the electoral administration. And currently, because of the current crisis, yes, indeed, we think that it is important to have a balance, and it is important to have political parties represented in the election administration. But in the future, we should not be focused on the balance. We should be focused on what the independent election administration will be, because the political parties should not need to have their representatives in order to address and protect the interests of political parties. The electoral administration should do it itself. Another big problem is the narrow interpretation of the law, where the election administration or the judiciary, especially the courts, while they hear the election disputes, they apply very narrow interpretation of the law, and they try to avoid the responsibility, and then they try to get rid of the claims filed by us and other organizations. For us, we are the observing organization. When we file the claim, this is for improving the electoral process. This is not for pointing finger on someone, and we would wish the new administration to be ready and to be willing to accept any claim, any criticism, any complaint, because we want to improve the process this way, and we do not want to kind of support any other parties. I've mentioned the judicial reform, and of course, I don't want to... And one of the ambitious reform was about the Charles Michel document, and any decision, whatever is there, so everything should be done after the reforms are implemented. So this is a European way, and this is a democratic way, and for us it is very important to see the clear spirit of the Charles Michel document really implemented, and we don't really need to have any other documents before this. But here in the talking points, there's a word mentioned here, polarization, and I wanted to say something about that. In current elections, one of the challenges is the campaigning via social media and online platforms. That has become a very important part of our process, and especially during the pandemic. And the role was very big of the social media. There was also disinformation and discreditation campaign against some political parties. And then there was bigger hatred among the public. And so I would like to call on the parties, when they have the campaigns on the social networks, yes, you can have the official campaign, but do not use unofficial pages or accounts to spread disinformation or to discredit one another. So this is actually for influencing the voters. And the voters may not have a high degree of media literacy, and they may not be able to distinguish the truthful or fake information. And by the way, we've been observing the campaigns on the social media, and let me say that, well, if we want to implement our European choice, it is very important that the authorities also is focused on the negative campaign that we see in the social network, especially against the West. There are many anti-Western campaigns, and there are certain groups doing that, but it is very important to have a strategy. Well, on the one hand, not to disseminate disinformation about the electoral issues, also about the West, because European integration is our choice, and our recent polls demonstrated that the absolute majority of the population supports the Euro integration. But still, we have the anti-Western campaigns, and that may be supported actually from other outside sources, and support and funding may be coming from outside sources. As for observing these processes, I think that the civil society organizations really play an important role in the electoral process or in Euro integration process. We need to be active. We have to talk about all the problems, and of course, we support the initiatives, the opposition or the authorities, if this is focused on the Euro integration. We may be critical, but only because we want to ensure that our democratic reforms are implemented better so that we can progress. I will finish. I know that everybody is tired, but if there is anybody willing to ask a question, I'm here for you. Thank you very much, Nino, and I would like to thank you, everybody in our audience. And by the way, Archel, thank you very much, because it is not usually what happens that you attend the entire session, or the representatives of the executive or other branches. So thank you very much for attending. I would like to thank you, and then hand it over to Koka Jrendi. Well, sorry for giving you the poor legacy because we're behind the agenda, but this is what it is. Well, let me welcome everyone. My name is Constantine Jrendi. I'm the coordinator of this working team, and I represent the Association of Business Consulting Organizations. So let me invite you to the first panel session or the next segment, and we will discuss the Euro economic integration and convergence with the EU policy, and we will talk about the small and medium entrepreneurs and the institutional environment, also the challenges and the prospects for improving the situation or make it healthier in the context of the EU economic integration. Everybody knows that the small and medium enterprises, SMEs, this is the driving force of the economy, and it is very important to implement fundamental and profound changes that are necessary for the country, also to that are important in regards to meeting the commitments under the association agenda. The speakers, we have Mr. Gennady Arveladze, Deputy Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development, Mr. David Songhulashvili, Chair of the Sectorial Economy Committee of the Parliament of Georgia. We also have Mr. Matthew Busquet from Euro Commission, Neighborhood and Enlargement Issues, and also we have Mr. David Iskaridze, International Business and Economic Development Center, Mr. Georgi Kacharava from the European Union. European Union Georgia Business Council. Also, Nino Elizabarashvili, she's the head of the Women in Business, and Mr. Mark Heller, EU Business Team Leader. I would like to kindly ask you, all the panelists, please, just speak for 5 minutes only. Limit yourselves to 5 minutes, and also other speakers, if you have questions, so use the question and answer Q&A section, and then I will voice your questions. But now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Gennady Arveladze. The floor is yours. Hello, Mr. Kote. Let me welcome the audience, the panelists, members of the parliament, members of the civil society organizations. I would like to thank you very much. It's a great honor and privilege to participate in this forum of Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum, and that is also supported by EU for Georgia and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, also by the government as well. To me, it's the honor to seize this opportunity and to share the achievements and challenges that go side by side with the EU integration process, and also to speak about the opportunities that we have had since signing the association agreement and the reforms that we are now carrying out for developing the SMEs. We have some achievements and in regards to meeting the commitments under the association agreement, and we know that we have activities planned year by year for the approximation. Let me say that 51% of approximation has been performed. I mean, the commitments and obligations under the association agreement. 151 legal acts have been approximated in various areas related to trade or different sectors of trade. As you may know, we have planned the approximation process until 2027. So during the upcoming years, we will be more focused on continuing these successful reforms in many different areas. So in the future, we will be doing the same things. Let me say that the EU, as you know, this is #1 trade partner and an important strategic partner for Georgia. In this respect, I would like to touch upon several figures. In the world, and Georgia was no exception, In the EU trade turnover or export-import, there is a slower growth. Then we had a 12% reduction in export, and we had a 20% reduction in regards to imports in the EU market. But despite this, 2020, in regards to the export of agricultural products, here we had a 26% growth, and this is very important. And we really want our agricultural products to be exported to the EU, and we want the EU to become one of the most important markets for our agricultural products, and we want to diversify on this market as well. We have increased the amount by $33 million last year. So we had a 26% growth in 2020, and in 2021, during the 4 months, starting from January until April, we have 38% growth, which is very important. But that was about the agricultural products. But as for export, since the world economy started to kind of improve and revive, the export has been increased by 3% as compared to the last year indicators during these 4 months. So we are very happy about that, and our expectation is to increase exports significantly, exports to the EU markets. In this respect, I would like to speak about the opening of the EU markets for the Georgian product that were not possible before meeting some requirements, and specifically we can export the products such as fish product, also processed leather, wool, honey. In 2020 we had more products, that is animal feed, and there is a very big demand in the EU, and this is the new product for export. That will be a new opportunity in the upcoming years for the EU markets. Right now, we conduct works on opening the queen bees and other honey products on the EU market, and we will be engaged in that. And we assume that maybe in 1 year, 1.5 years, we will be able to gain recognition aquaculture and queen bee export. In 2014, if we compare that, before we signed and before the DCFTA entered its force, compared to 2014, in 2020 we had 850 exporting companies that would specifically export to the EU states, and they exported Georgian products. In 2014, compared to 2014, the increase is 51%. I mean, the exporting companies that export to the EU market. And in many sectors, we have had achievements in regards to the reforms, public procurement, for example, and we have successfully completed the first phase that enables the Georgian companies to participate in the tenders and biddings announced by the central authorities in the EU. And also there is accreditation, and the accreditation Center of Calibration and Product Certification and Tests, also personal certification, inspection, and scientific labs. So in this area, we have received the European accreditation or recognition by the European accreditation, which means that after this European recognition, the local laboratories will be able to issue the certificates that will be recognized by the EU, that will save money and also make the Georgian products more competitive. I would like to speak about the diagonal accumulation with our partner states. This is an achievement because it supports the diversification of Georgian products, also exporting from Georgia, because so far there was a processing but now this process enables us to use the raw materials from Turkey, from Ukraine or other countries, and quite soon there will be Moldova, and we will be able to use raw materials and inputs to produce things in Georgia, and our entrepreneurs, our producers can get the benefits. And this is all under the DCFTA. These are the opportunities under the DCFTA. Correspondingly, with Turkey, we have finished that, and so our producers had the expectations to have it completed soon, and it has been published in the official journal by the EU. And I think that in 1 month we will be able to use Turkish inputs, and also in other countries, in Ukraine and Moldova, it is already enforced. Sorry, the sound is lost. Now it's back. Another important thing, as mentioned in the beginning, in order to develop small and medium enterprises, we had a 4-year strategy, 2016-2020. As a result of the successful implementation of the strategy, we were able to improve our rankings. This is OECD SME Policy Index, and in 2020 it was really unprecedented for us. It was a big success because, well, this ranking consists of 12 components. In all of them we had improvements, and Georgia was ranked with highest scores, which is the result of the successful implementation of the reform. That this is what we have been doing in the last 4 years. With the help of OECD and in close cooperation with GIZ, we have also been working, and we're about to finish and finalize the 4-year strategy for the next 4 years, together with action plan that will be for 2021, 2025 for the SME development. It is also important that this strategy is based on European Small Business Act, the key principles of it, which says that think small first. This is the principle. The key principles of the Small Business Act and the best practices of the EU have been taken into account in Georgia, and in this respect it is important that in addition to the 7 areas, 2 components were added. Well, support the women's entrepreneurship and support the green economy. It is also important that one of the key priorities of the economic policy of Georgia is to develop the private sector, and also in regards to employment and improving the business environment, and also in regards to the entrepreneurial policy. The SMEs also play a big role. It was a very difficult year, very challenging year, 2020, I mean, for SMEs. And there was a crisis and economic slowdown, and the fast adaptation or response was necessary from the government, and also to adjust to the challenges. And the goal of the reform and additional mechanism was to support the SMEs. In this respect, within the framework of the Enterprise Georgia program, so we have provided technical support for supporting manufacturing and hospitality businesses, and also co-funding of loans. About that, in this respect, we provided different supports and brief statistics. As of today, the program has supported 808 projects, and there are about 600 companies, and the total investment is 390 million euros. As a result, we have 22,500 new jobs. And for years, well, they have been already developed, or some projects are over, and they are now operating on the market as active businesses. So now we will have 22,500 jobs. So in order to support SMEs, so we have started a new state program, the Credit and Guarantee Scheme. The goal is to ensure access for SMEs, access to finances, and also to simplify the issuance of loans, and also ensure the inclusive economic growth. As for the loan or credit guarantee components, for the loans issued by commercial banks, so the government also will repay some portion of it. I didn't hear the figure, sorry. And the total amount has been 1 million, more than 1 million euro, which is about 5 million Georgian lari. Within this framework, there have been more than 200 contracts already signed. That includes the new businesses and also new loans and restructured loans as well. In total, this money is about 180 Georgian lari, which is more than 40 million euros. And also we have micro grants, and the financial support also envisages the issuance of targeted grants up to 30,000 lari for the potential businesses, which is also very important for developing our regions and for also developing the entrepreneurial spirit. Also, by raising awareness in the EU states, we support Georgian exporters, especially SMEs, to participate in the exhibitions in order to promote their products and to access the international or EU markets. And there are trade missions, also participation in trade fairs, and we support them in that. And indeed, in 2020, despite the pandemic, we participated in international events, and with the support of the Enterprise Georgia, we supported Georgian companies. I'm very sorry. Well, we're very, very behind the agenda and very much. And could you please finish? Let me also say that we have an additional component in order to support the investments and flow of the investments in the country, and there is a grant. If there is investment for more than 10 million lari, then we will also provide some support. If the investments liabilities are met, then 1 million lari will be paid back to them, which is an additional incentive for the investors to make foreign investments. And last but not least, let me also say that we feel the responsibility related to the working in the social economic environment. And of course, well, we know that there's a crisis, but we need to deepen our relations with the EU and also to speed up with the economic developments. And through the support of the Eastern Partnership and with constant cooperation, I am sure that we can have our success, we can be more successful. And I would like to thank the panelists from the European Commission, our dear colleagues, colleagues who have been involved in this discussion, and we are very happy to be very actively involved in all these endeavors and to reach the common goal, which is the economic development of our country, and we would like to increase the role of the SMEs in this economic development. Thank you very much, Gennady, for a very interesting speech and for providing very interesting information. I would like to give the floor to Mr. David Songulashvili, and kindly, please, I'm asking you, could you please be brief? First of all, my greetings. Thank you very much for this very interesting conference, and I would like to thank all the participants and the organizers because the meetings like that that really enables us to refine the challenges or to address the challenges and to clearly think what we can do in this respect. In fact, my previous speaker spoke about statistics exhaustively, and I have actually nothing left to say. But I will try to add some information. Of course, we can speak about how significant the SMEs are, how important they are for the country's economy. No need to underline that once again. But we know that this is one of the key generators of economic or drivers of economic development. This is the sector that creates jobs. And let me say that that this is the sector that was most affected by COVID. In the previous parliament, we had a committee inquiry. I was leading that. I was the head of the EU integration committee, and we had an inquiry about the challenges of SMEs in regards to accessing the EU market. And in this inquiry, we found out very interesting things. The findings were so interesting, and I would like to underline several issues. What I would like to highlight in my speech, what SME face, what challenges they face in accessing the EU market and what we can do in this respect. I think it will be more interesting to speak about that because, well, the statistics is quite evident and we also know what the projects are there supported by the state, and Mr. Gennady spoke about that. Let me say that for the state, SME is one of the key areas. That is also proven by the state projects or programs supported by Enterprise Georgia or other rural or agricultural programs. And in this respect, there has been so many resources already invested by the state. Now the challenges at the EU market. Here we have to underline several things. One, first of all, SMEs need to be clear about all the regulations and commitments under the association agreement, because unfortunately today, quite often, these regulations are pressure and a burden rather than an opportunity. And we need to explain to them how to make these burdens or pressure into the opportunity, because they don't really have much information, and they need to know more about the regulations and how to have access to all these opportunities. And I think we need to have more communication. As you know, in this committee, we have meetings with many various associations, and one of the key challenges what we have had was that, first of all, we need to clearly explain to the SMEs how it is possible to turn it into the opportunity. And this is just not only the regulation, this is also an opportunity for them to access the EU market, and correspondingly, if they access the EU market, then they may find some benefits. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to navigate in this business environment. Today, their perception is that, their costs of production is going higher, but this can be adequate only if we can explain to them that if they can access the EU market, then the revenues they generate, then it will be adequate, and that will help them to cover the increased costs that are the results of the regulations. And only this way they can see the benefits. Otherwise, it will be always difficult to survive. And communication is the key, and we will have to do so many things. And those people who are attending now, I think that we need to develop some clear idea or opinion about how we can clearly inform the SMEs. As a result of the committee inquiry, we saw that there was a very important moment. We do not have the direct access to the EU. There is no land connection, and we're now developing new ways, together with the Ministry of Economy, to have some geographic access, direct access, and to use ferries that will simplify the entry and access to the EU market if there is a ferry connection. Another finding that was the cycle of stable supply. That is different based on that is different in regards to the SMEs in Georgia and in the EU, because what is a small and medium or medium in the EU? Well, the sizes do not really match, and how we can supply the product to the sales channels in the EU. This is the biggest challenge for them. So there are programs and these programs supported by the government, implemented by the government, should be focused on that to ensure the uninterrupted and consistent supply, and to have the stable supply channel or value chain, maybe. The EU market today is one of the most important markets for us, and let me reiterate that we have to make this burden into the opportunity for our entrepreneurs. And the priority number one for us would be the problem about awareness and informing, and how we can support the entrepreneurs. That's actually what I wanted to highlight. So I will not get back to the issues that was already explained exhaustively by Mr. Gennady. So, based on our vision, the challenge is how to make the challenges into the opportunities for SMEs, especially in this post-COVID period. And let me also say that access to funding, access to finances, this is indeed a very big challenge in this post-COVID period. Thank you very much, David. Actually, thanks for being brief and observing the time frames. And now, Mr. Matthew, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And very happy to be with you today at this important conference, bringing both civil society, Georgian government and parliament, and us, your European partners, all around the virtual table. Maybe, as I will be speaking English, I need to give a rest to our interpreter. SME development is and will remain a key priority of EU engagement in Georgia. Our support is provided under the umbrella of EU for Business. I'm very happy that the team leader of EU for Business project, Mark Elia, is here with us today, and he will provide us with some impressive figures which show the success of EU support to Georgian SMEs. Without wanting to preempt Mark's presentation, let me already say that Georgia has benefited more than its fellow Eastern Partnership countries from support provided under EU for Business. In 2019, the EU disbursed 187.7 million euro to support SME growth in Eastern Partnership, and 40% of the total spent occurred in Georgia. We are, of course, not only supporting SMEs directly, but we are also working with ministries and agencies to improve the legal and regulatory framework for SMEs. I'm very happy to see Gennady here as well. Let me give you 3 examples. 1, support to the competition law and the competition agency. The EU has supported a legal and institutional framework for competition in Georgia in order to improve the competition culture at all levels. Through a new twinning, we are planning to strengthen the capacity of the Georgian Competition Agency, which is responsible for the enforcement of the competition policy as well as for consumer rights protection. For this, we are eagerly awaiting the adoption of the law on consumer protection. Second, public procurement. We have just successfully finalized a project on public procurement, which helped to develop a transparent, non-discriminatory, competitive public procurement system in line with EU and international standards. This will allow Georgia to become part of the EU public procurement market in the long term, leading to greater opportunities for EU companies to participate in Georgian public procurement and vice versa. 3, intellectual property rights. We are supporting the Georgian Intellectual Property Center, SAC Patenti, through the European Intellectual Property Office. EU IPO is working with SAC Patenti to further develop the intellectual property system and the efficient enforcement of intellectual property rights in Georgia. This comes, of course, on top of all the joint work we've done on the Georgian SME strategy. The OECD SME Policy Index, published last year, attests to all the progress which has been achieved in Georgia since 2016. The adoption of the SME Development Strategy 2016-2020 and the respective action plans, the improvements made to the entrepreneurial learning and women's entrepreneurship, the continued simplification of business registration, and the increase in e-government services have drastically improved the operational environment for SMEs. However, there are a number of outstanding issues which require further attention. 1, the government should support the creation of level playing field conditions for enterprises of all sizes. 2, contracts, as well as a competition law, must be enforced more efficiently. The law on enforcement of judicial decisions, which, if I understand correctly, should enter into force in autumn, will be key in this regard. 3, support it provided to SMEs must continue to be strengthened, including targeted financing tools, and EU for Business support will certainly also be crucial in this regard. And 4, links between foreign direct investment and domestic businesses must be expanded beyond pilot projects. This will further attract quality FDI, foreign direct investment, and increase the competitiveness of Georgian SMEs. The draft new SME strategy, which is currently being finalized, should respond to these issues. And the strategy should also be widely consulted to ensure that all concerns of all stakeholders are taken into account. You've certainly heard it many times, and directly from our Commissioner, Oliver Varheil, but let me say it again. SMEs are key for the socio-economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. But let's also not forget what President von der Leyen says, let's build back better. So let's work together to improve the SME environment and to reinforce the links between the Georgian SMEs and the businesses in the EU, but also considering both the twin digital and green transition. In order to integrate Georgian SMEs in the EU market, value chain and cluster development are of crucial importance. The EU has supported and is supporting the establishment of cluster initiatives, and Gennady mentioned them, in sectors such as furniture, IT, film, apparel, packaging, construction material. The establishment of a dedicated national cluster program which is currently in the making, should further advance this and contribute to economic integration with the EU. Let me now conclude with the following. Further improvement of the business environment for SMEs requires complex and also difficult reforms. Important is not only the improvement of regulatory constraints, but targeting the whole investment climate. Political stability and a functioning and fair rule of law system are, of course, a prerequisite for economic growth and attracting investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. ეხლა მინდა სიტყვა გადავწე ბატონ Mark Hellers. Mr. Heller, floor is yours.
The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a short presentation I would like to follow on and explain a little bit about the EU support to small and medium-sized businesses in the Eastern Partnership. As was said by Matteo, the EU for Business is an umbrella term, if you like, for all the support that the EU provides for SMEs across the Eastern Partnership. And we at the EU for Business facility simply monitor, gather data and promote better understanding of the different instruments that the EU use. So I want to present some of those instruments for you and some of the ones that are used today in Georgia. As we said, that EU for Business is categorized into 20 different support instruments that the EU is providing through its various projects. It helps with access to finance. This is comprised of a number of different ways in which the EU unlocks lending to small businesses, makes it more affordable and more accessible to small businesses, women and other different excluded groups. Also provides small grants sometimes to businesses directly, and training in things like financial literacy. Also, EU is helping with business development services, things like direct consultancy to small businesses to provide them with the kind of knowledge that they need in order to export. We've heard also about the need for clusters, but the EU is also providing support in things like incubators to get new businesses to start and to get them off the ground. And finally, EU is looking at improving the business enabling environment, because we all know that, of course, even if you support an SME, if the environment around it is not conducive to growth, then they will be inhibited. So EU programs are aiming at looking at regulatory reform, looking at best practice for both government organizations and also engagement with supporting things like public-private dialogue. So that's just a little kind of overview of the program or the portfolio of EU for Business across the Eastern Partnership. So I want to kind of give you a flavor of what's happening in Georgia. So first you can see that, as was also mentioned, more support for SMEs is given to Georgia than any of the other countries across the region. I think part of that is that Georgia has been able to take advantages of the opportunities and the programs that have been running. So at the end of 2020, we counted that there are 38 active projects in Georgia that are supporting SMEs and providing different instruments to help them grow. About 50% of those are from bilateral programs that are just focused on Georgia itself. And about 50% of those, or just over 50%, come from regional programs that help across all countries. But if you look at the total budget of all of these programs that are active in Georgia, that amounts to a total of 300 million euro. About 51% is looking at unlocking access to finance and trying to leverage lending. About 37% is providing business development services to SMEs to help them with this lack of information that was already mentioned, or training, or other kind of services to help them access markets. And about 12% is helping with improving the business enabling environment. So there's a lot of activity that's going on in Georgia. And we at EU for Business have been working with the EU in Brussels to understand actually how well and what are the results of these. And we think after 1 year of monitoring the results that it's fairly impressive. In 2019, which is the last year of data that we are currently able to collect, we're in the process of collecting data for 2020, and that should be published in the next 2 months. But in 2019 alone, there were 36,000 SMEs supported in Georgia, creating around 31,000 jobs. And about 25%, importantly, were women-owned or women-led business. And to put that into context, we've done some benchmarking. We've counted the number of SMEs based on the national statistics. And SMEs and micro enterprises combined, they're about 127,000. So that means if the SMEs that the EU supported just took one instrument, that means that almost 30% of SMEs in Georgia have received support just in 2019 from the EU. And moreover, if you look at the impact of that support, we have found that those SMEs that receive support from the EU grew in terms of turnover by 14%. That's quite impressive because on average in Georgia in the same period, SMEs were growing by only about 5%. So the ones that we supported or that the EU supported are actually growing faster than other SMEs in the country. And what's interesting is if you look at the characteristics of the type of SMEs being supported, they're slightly smaller in terms of turnover than the average. The average SME has a turnover of 120,000 euros in Georgia, and the ones that are being supported by EU for Business about 93,000. Whereas the number of employees in each SME is slightly bigger than the average. What that indicates to us, and also it translates into earnings per SME, what that indicates is that the kind of SMEs the EU is supporting are those that are more employment or more labor intensive and probably have less technology, less value added. So the EU are targeting those in need and generating bigger growth. So we think, in Georgia, this shows that there has been a real demonstration of a good impact. And of course, that will continue into 2020 and beyond, where the important sectors, as has been mentioned by previous speakers, the important sector of SMEs as a driver of growth will continue. And the EU is committed to continuing with that. Now, I don't want to bore you. We have many more. I think we have something like 54 indicators for each country that we're collecting. If you want to look at that, we have a dedicated website for EU for Business in Georgia. And you can find much more information and details on the kind of the size of loans. For example, over 2,600 loans were given to Georgian companies in 2019, totaling over 200 million euro. All of those kind of statistics and data you can find on the website. As soon as the 2020 data is also published, you will be able to also find it there. Equally important, if you're an SME and you're interested in finding out how you can benefit from EU support, we have created dedicated web pages. So on the EU for Business Georgia website, if you click on the support panel, you will be able to find by different types of instrument, whether that is for lending, whether it's for grants, whether it's for consultancy, whether it's for participation in public-private dialogue. You will be able to find a link in order to get details on how you can apply. We don't list the projects, which sometimes don't give you the right kind of information. So for example, in this case on on lending, what we highlight is the banks that are providing loans supported by the EU, and where you can actually click on these banks and make an application. As with the previous, the moderator has said, we're running slow on late on time, so I don't want to take up any more time. I just urge you to go to the website where you can find all these details, and if we have time for questions at the end, I'll be very happy to provide it. So with that, I thank you, and I will hand back to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. ეხლა სიტყვა მინდა გადავწე ბატონ დავით
To Mr. David Tsiskaridze, please. Hello, I would like to greet the distinguished guests of this high-level conference and the participants. Let me say that the harmonization of the Georgian legislation, harmonization with the EU directives and legal acts, including the DCFTA and also the requirements under the DCFTA or Eastern Partnership after 2021. So this harmonization will support Georgia to have more access to the EU market, to increase the trade relations, and also it will support the better integration of the country in the EU. During the recent years in Georgia, the SMEs and the respective institutional and regulatory structure underwent significant changes. Specifically, the SME development strategy was adopted for 2016-2020, and the main goal was to create favorable environment for the SMEs to enhance their competitiveness and to build their capacities or innovative capabilities. As a result, it was intended to create jobs and to increase revenues and correspondingly to ensure the inclusive and sustainable economic growth. With the purpose of developing the SMEs, 33 priority measures were elaborated under this strategy in the important areas such as, for example, improving the legislation, institutional and regulatory structures, and also a working environment, also access to finances, development of entrepreneurial skills, extended internationalization, and also support to the innovative activities. There were many reforms implemented, and although there have been some progress, still unemployment remains a big problem. Also, the lack of qualified and skilled labor, also deficit of foreign trade and the sensitivity towards different factors, and also fluctuation of currencies, and also financial risk associated with the fluctuating currencies. That necessitates economic improvement measures and structural reforms. The special attention should be paid to the participation of Georgian entrepreneurs in the EN European network. For example, those companies in Georgia who have export potential, who have been consulted for registering at the EN platform, the result is not satisfactory because there is only one Georgian company registered in this platform. And this speaks about the inefficient or ineffective participation of respective structures in this process. To compare with other countries of Eastern Partnership, in Armenia, 57 companies, Moldova, 48 companies, Ukraine, 371 companies have been registered on this EN Networks platform. But our recommendation is to improve the process, and in order to improve the process, we need to have business associations involved, because business associations would be motivated to inform their member organizations, so they would support their member organizations to register at the GN portal. It is important to build the capacities of private sectors and to enhance their involvement in EU-supported development and financing programs and other instruments. Because right now, unfortunately, Georgia does not have any access. Right now, I mean, competitive and small and medium-sized enterprises that was integrated on the single market program 2020-2027. And the main goal is to improve the competitiveness of SMEs and also to ensure their access to the sales market. And the program is focused on economic growth and employment and to address the respective challenges. This program is comprised of 4 components: access to finances, access to markets, also improving the business environment, and also support to young entrepreneurs. We have to point out that this COSME program started in 2014 and that was joined by other countries such as Moldova, Ukraine, and Armenia. Unfortunately, that the Georgian private sector cannot really enjoy this wonderful opportunity. As we know, Georgia refused to join, and one of the reasons for the refusal was the annual membership fee. The membership fee is determined based on the GDP of the country and considering the experience of the country. So for Armenia, the fee is 40,000 euro. For Moldova, it is 52,000 euros every year. This is just a 50% of total membership fee. As for the remaining half, 50%, that is financed by the EU delegation in the respective countries. Every year, EN implements a project for the local entrepreneurs for service delivery and for internationalization, innovation, and technology transfer. And the budget in Moldova in 2017-2018 was 183,000 euros. And last but not least, on this EU integration road, our expectation and the request for the government is the Georgian products are produced by SMEs to increase access to that, to increase the Georgian export, and also to reduce the disbalance between import and export and to support the respective activities. Through elaborating legislative regulations and also implementing other measures as well. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope I did good in terms of time. Thank you very much, David, for this. And now the floor is given to Ms. Nino Elizbarashvili, please. We cannot hear you, Nino. Hello, everyone. I would like to greet the conference participants, dear guests, representatives of the government and the parliament, international organizations. To me, it's a great honor and privilege to participate in this high-level conference. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers and also express my willingness that these conferences like this, well, we would wish to have more conferences and to have it regularly held. I would like to communicate my vision and also our opinions that exist in regards to the development of women's entrepreneurship. Women's entrepreneurship plays a big role in deepening or expanding the reforms for EU approximation and economic integration. in the area of a deep and comprehensive free trade area and the respective agreements. It is really very relevant to strengthen and improve the women's empowerment and support the women's economic empowerment, because there is a big potential that has not been unlocked among women. It is important to elaborate the state policy in this respect in order to support the women's entrepreneurship and to have it promoted. Let me also highlight that in recent years, in recent period, the government has made some positive changes. The business environment has improved significantly, and for female entrepreneurs, there was certain measures already in place that significantly supports the involvement of more women. And this way, to create and intensify, to actually strengthen and empower their families and to participate in the economic development of the country. Out of the measures implemented by the government, the most important was the strategy, SME development strategy for 2016-2020, because for the first time it was underlined and it was a priority. I mean, to promote women's entrepreneurship, that was prioritized. And I'm happy to point out that it was the initiative of our organization and also with the support of the Ministry of Economy. There was the women's entrepreneurship development subgroup was created under the Ministry of Economy. That is still functioning quite actively, and it supports, especially in the regions, the employment and entrepreneurship among women and starting up their own businesses. The current strategy that Mr. Gennady was talking about, it gives an opportunity to female entrepreneurs to get the state's support. Namely, the new strategy specifically points out that the support and promotion of women's entrepreneurship is the biggest priority. And here there is a whole set of issues and priorities. Let's say women's empowerment principles, promoting the WEPs, women's empowerment principles, and also promoting women's participation in government programs, and also developing the digital skills, and also developing the gender attitudes or gender mainstreaming maybe in government structures. Actually, this is the list. And it is very important to implement that. And let me say that this is actually the strategy that is focused on the long-term results. And I would like to thank the OECD working group that really helped us in elaborating and establishing or promoting these principles or priorities for women's empowerment. However, we still have problems and challenges. First and foremost, this is about the skills, development of skills, especially in rural areas, access to information and counseling. Also, especially because of COVID, many women entrepreneurs have been affected by the COVID pandemic, and it is really difficult to adjust to the new reality, to the new normal, to modernize our entrepreneurship. For these skills, we need trainings, and we need consultations, also state programs. It is also important that to pay special attention to the regions, to women employed in rural areas, just not only to support them to start up their businesses, but also to create a relevant infrastructure for them. That can be the kindergartens, the respective environment. So this is why the programs that are now currently implemented and financed by the government, whether it's, for example, Enterprise Georgia or preferential agro loans. Well, let me say that the Enterprise Georgia significantly improved the procedure, and 45% of the grants that was issued to the women. But we cannot say the same for the preferential agro credits, where we only have 7.8% of women. So it is very important to support women employed in rural areas so that to develop the small entrepreneurship and to let the women get united to create a cluster and through access to the innovations to enable them to improve their economic conditions and to participate actively in the economic processes taking place in the country. It is very important to have access to finances, which is one of the most painful issues. And the portfolio from credit organizations, they ask for collateral, or sometimes the interest rates are very high, and the rural women do not have this opportunity, cannot afford that. Whether this is immovable property, the land, and we, the women, we do not usually own this immovable property. And correspondingly, we need to ask international organizations, the respective government agencies, to plan special programs for the financial programs, for financial support. Yes, I will finish just right now. It is also very important to do our best to make sure that women's potential is directly used. Or let me say, whether it's large businesses or cooperation with big businesses or international cooperation or whatever, or whether it's participation in the fairs. So that the women working in the regions can be really prioritized so that they can be involved as much as possible. The current challenge means that we need to think global and act local, which is very important for the economic integration. And let me finish by saying in the end, with the words of Mr. Karl Hartzell, His Excellency the Ambassador of the EU, strong women, strong Georgia, or empowered women, empowered Georgia. And I'm sure and confident that we can actually live up to this expectation, and hopefully the women's entrepreneurship will be improved in Georgia. So again, I would like to go to the next speaker. This is Mr. Georgi Kacharava. Well, I'm the last speaker. That's always a challenge. That's a very interesting event. I would like to thank the organizers. It was already mentioned during the first session that actually we really wanted. So in 2024, the government is going to apply for the EU membership. As you know, there are Copenhagen criteria applicable for the applicant countries, and economic direction, economic area is very important. And one of the sub-criterion from this Copenhagen criteria, which is monitored by the EU Commission, this is very important, and this is the speed and degree of economic integration with the EU. Well, although we have a very important legal document. So this is the EU Association Agreement. Still, it is important to implement this agreement effectively, but also to have a tighter integration with the EU. And in this respect, it is also important to have the involvement of the government, also the business sectors, business associations, and donor organizations, and their support, because the challenges that we have on the EU market regarding the export or integration, that cannot be overcome by one player. Let me say that there are very interesting cooperation formats with the Ministry of Economy and its involvement at the Secretariat level. Yes, there are many interesting initiatives, and there is a group with the active participation of Mr. Gennady, and there's also the high-level communication with Mr. Prime Minister. So just an hour ago, we had a communication, and we discussed the challenges that we have been talking about now, and of course, the pandemic is the crucial issue, and we are offering the package of recommendations to the government. This is what we will be doing in the nearest future, in the upcoming days, and the government expressed readiness to hear our proposals, which is important. Now, the challenges. Although Mr. David Solvashvili mentioned that one of the challenges is the structure of our export. Mr. Gennady said that we have increased the number of exporting companies, but the export is 45%, and but in the EU, we only had 20% of export, and this year, during 4 months, it was 17%. The picture is that the business right now opts for closer market logistically. The market, I mean, where they need less marketing and less expenses. And this is the big challenge, of course, for the transportation. It was already mentioned, well, how the ferries and how the Black Sea can be used. There is a ferry connection with Batumi, but this is not enough. And they are now working on the ferry connection with Poti. It is also important to have the container shipments through Turkey. We have the land connection with the EU, but there are some restrictions for export of alcoholic beverage. There are barriers for our companies, and this is why the Black Sea is one of the most interesting solutions. Although the geopolitical situation has been changed on the Black Sea after the annexation of Crimea, and we are involved in some other projects, electricity cable, and also in the future it will become even more important, and so on. Out of these challenges, I would like to underline some that other colleagues have been mentioned, and the labs, the laboratories, that will simplify so many things for the SMEs to have their samples tested here instead of sending the samples to other states. But as for other areas, we cooperate with the government and we have business fora together. We know that it is only through joint activities and cooperation we can achieve the results, which is improving the economic ties with the economy. So we have little with the EU. So we have little time, and I will finish here. And if there are some questions, then I'll be happy to address any of your inquiries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Georgi. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank all the speakers for very interesting speeches. But unfortunately, we are behind the agenda, and that is actually the culprit are the previous speakers, but we have been doing good so far in the second panel, and I would like to thank you for being brief. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but if we can. By the way, I don't really see any questions because I expected to get some questions in the chat. However, I would like to summarize Of course, there has been such a big progress, and the government has been working intensively for supporting the SMEs and for the economic development. And at the same time, the business has been doing quite positive to improve. However, I would like to agree with the speakers that it is really indeed very important to provide information to our entrepreneurs, just to explain to them why it is worthwhile and why it is good to access the EU market. And one more thing, access to finances. And this problem is really very serious. Although the Enterprise Georgia has been implementing some programs, and mostly this is DCA, Development of Credit Authority, but unless there are some, loan guarantee mechanisms, well, this problem will not be eliminated for SMEs. But these people, physically, they cannot take loans because. Well, the banks, they have their own risks, and they do not want to do anything without their special safeguards or guarantees. I would like to thank all the speakers. May I add something, if I may? As for the loans, indeed, the trend has been quite positive. As for responsible crediting or responsible financing initiatives, after that we have had good results. In 2019, or in the end of 2018, this started, and we have had a 17% increase in regards to taking the loans by SMEs. This means, well, 70% more SMEs took loans than in 2018. 2020, well, we know that it has been a difficult year for everyone, economically especially, in regards to adjusting. SMEs found it very difficult to adjust, although there have been some support programs we provided, but things were difficult for them. But I'm sure that during upcoming years, other programs can benefit them. But let us admit that it will never be enough. They need to be empowered. They need to access international markets. And of course, this is what we need to do together with our partners. Only the government will not be able to do that. So in the partners, we have civil society organizations, the EU, and many other donor organizations or finance institutions. And we know that today they are making significant contribution for the economic growth of the country in regards to many different programs. Let's say EU for Business and the like, or DCFTA facility, which is a very important program. And through this, there have been many businesses or services provided. Goods were supplied or services were delivered, and respective funding was provided. It is also important that the contribution of SMEs, their total contribution is very big. It is 99.7%. Large businesses, this is 0.3%, but for employment, it is up to 60%, their contribution in employment. The more support, the more employers will have. And we really want to have more employers among SMEs. Other speakers discussed many different programs and why Georgia is not active in regards to membership to the EN network or platform. We cannot force the businesses. We cooperate with them to raise their awareness, but the decisions should be made by the private sector. And the Trade and Industry Chamber is involved, or the Chamber of Commerce and Trade has been involved, but still, well, the more SMEs go to the EU market, the more members there will be, or the SMEs will be more interested in becoming the members. But for years we've been trying so hard. Yes, now there is one company. Before there were three companies, and we had one success case about Laurel Exports company found partners only through the EN network, and they've started exporting the EU market. However, convincing them depends on their capabilities, and the government agencies support them, because technically if they have to create a profile or improve something, that's another issue. Plus, there's one more thing. There are requirements about EN membership. Readiness should be there. I know that I took, again, more time, so thank you very much for inviting. Thanks for a very interesting discussion. I'm always open and ready to participate in these interesting events. Just a brief comment about EN. I have good news. We had a communication with Enterprise Georgia and our Council, EU Georgia Business Council. We have an active communication with the Enterprise Georgia, and right now we have had some applications, and let's see, I think we will have about 10 applications in the nearest future. Your assistance and activity of business associations is very important, because the businesses may believe in associations, and it will be important to have you to convince them. Also, there was something else. The benefits of these agreements, I mean, the DCFTA. What is the benefit of the DCFTA for our farmers, for our entrepreneurs? We know that the government is quite active, but we cannot reach out to everyone. However, I am involved in this process myself. So 2020 and the first half of 2021 was the year of pandemic. It was difficult to have the in-person meetings. But in 2019, in 2018, 2017, I went to different regions, and I have met with 1,500 representatives, and then they met with their own partners and the businesses and farmers and shared the knowledge among them. So they disseminated information about the technical regulations and also the future technical regulations. Your involvement is very important. The civil society organizations, they should contribute to as well, because you have more access to them and you can reach out to them. And we are always ready to cooperate with you in this respect. Mr. Busquet, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Did you raise a hand?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. And I wanted to respond to the question of Ziad. We do provide support to the government authorities. We do provide support to civil society organizations, and we do provide support to a private sector, and we do provide support also indirectly through organizations, trade organizations, or chambers of commerce. That's one. So I think there are two questions behind the question of Zviad. The first question, is that a distortion of concurrence? I mean, I don't think so. I mean, the private sector at its role and the public sector at its role. So I think it's important, I mean, to make a clear difference. It's not because we are capacitating the government authorities that we should not capacitate civil society or private sector. So, I mean, I don't think that as a distortion of competition. That's one. What you are saying, which I think is important, is that civil society in a functioning democracy, which is what Georgia aims at being and what EU member states are, really need to have a functioning and vibrant civil society. And this is where we need to have civil society capacitated. So we're happy to provide support to civil society organizations. Now, when we talk about civil society organizations, you're talking about consultancy for civil society organizations. So I think there is a question to be raised here. Are we talking about civil society organizations? Are we talking about consultancy services? And that is a different question. So I think it's a very good question that you are raising, but there are many questions when we unfold, I mean, your statement, which needs to be looked at. I mean, unfortunately, I'm not sure we have the time to discuss it today. But just to reassure you, I mean, we do want to support a reformist Georgian government and its public authorities. We do want to support civil society, and we do want to support a private sector. And the examples given by Mark have shown that we've done that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. ბატონ დავით, თქვენ გნებავთ რაღაც კომენტარი, ხო?
Mr. David, you wanted to make a comment, right? Yes, Mr. Gennady. That was actually what we have offered, the cooperation between the private sector and the public sector, because in the EN, our performance is quite unsatisfactory, and this has its reasons. In order to improve all this, it will be very important to have a good participation in that. But EN is one of the instruments of the COSME, and I already talked about that in details, and the benefits that can be brought by this program to the country. We are now interested in your plans. What plans do you have about COSME, and are you going to start the consultations, and when? I mean, the consultations with the respective ministries, the agencies, and the European Commission. No, not yet, not yet. That's the answer actually by itself. And let me say that other than COSME, then there are many other programs, important programs focused on SME developments. This is Eureka, Erasme, and EU for Digital. They are specifically targeted to the SME support. In order to develop EN without COSME, or developing the EN without COSME, that would not be full-fledged, because EN is one of the components of the COSME. As right now, what we considered reasonable, what we thought would be effective, this is EN. If in the future then there is something more needed, of course we will get the benefit of all the programs that can bring results. However, everything needs to be studied in details. I would like to thank all the speakers, the panelists, and I would like to thank you for your contribution. Let's finish that, because, you know, we may talk about that endlessly, but then we have one more panel, and I think they are already angry with us. I would like to thank everyone, and goodbye. See you until next time. Thank you very much. Dear friends, as I see, I'm asking the organizers, are we going to have a little pause or a little break, or shall I start the next? No break, no time for that. Katie, I had a question, but I could not send it to the chat. I had a question to the Deputy Minister of Economy, but I could not communicate it through the chat box. There is a separate Q&A, and you need to use a Q&A. Q&A, but it says it's not accessible. But there should be the Q&A. I could not. Chat or Q&A? I'm talking about chats, but I could not communicate. I can show you what the message I can. It says disabled, chat disabled. Sorry, Q&A. You need to send your question through the Q&A. Neither can I do that. Maybe you can try. I cannot do it. I had a question to Mr. Gennady. You can write a question to us. because the figures they provided, I doubt, do we really have this kind of success and figures in Georgia? Was it really Georgia he was talking about? Okay, please send the questions to us and we will communicate that. So, Katie, can you write? I can write and the participants can ask questions, but there were some questions, but how they were asked, I don't know. I could not. I don't know. So, Sveta, I could not use Q&A, so I used the chat. So did you write it into chat? I opened the chat and that moment that was enabled, but now I can see that, okay, dear friends, we're behind the agenda and maybe we can give a chance to the moderator to continue. If you have any question, please, you can call me because we are live now. Thank you, everyone. My name is Mamuka Berdzanishvili. I will moderate that panel. I'm from the Tourism Institute and we will speak about the challenges in tourism in the light of COVID pandemic, and on the other hand, we will discuss what we can do in order to eliminate or overcome these problems and challenges as fast as possible. In this respect, so for this purpose, we have 4 participants, very important experts, and through them we will talk to you how we can overcome all these things. First of all, we will give the floor to Georgi Bregadze, National Tourism Administration Research and Development Unit, and then we will have a contribution from Europe, from Slovenia, Urska Stark Pechen, company Arctour that implements the projects for sustainable tourist development. So this will be about the data development, and they will also speak about it. And we also have Zviad Elizian, International Business Development and Investment Support Center, and he will speak about the study conducted in December 2020, highlighting the current challenges and expectations. We will try to evaluate all these expectations based on the study results. Speaker will be Nata Kwajantiradze, Tourism Association of Georgia, head of the association, and she will talk about the current state of affairs and the members of association. So we will try to somehow correlate this study and the reality to find some correlations and to demonstrate that. Now we can start the speeches, and Georgi Bregadze, kindly, now you are the first to make the presentation in this panel. The floor is yours.
Georgi,
are you here? I think he's not. Maybe we can ask Zviad. And Georgi will join us later. Zviad, can we start with your presentation, please? Hopefully you can see my presentation, right? Yes, we can see that. Yes, we can start. Very briefly, let me inform you about the results of our study that was about the tourism industry and challenges during the pandemic and situation analysis, and also elaborating the document for supporting tourism. And that was done through the app platform.
Tourism Institute
So Tourism Institute and Tourism Association have been involved. I mean, those who are the members of our coalition. And the main goal of is to assess the situation created as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic in the tourism field, and also to develop the respective recommendations that will be focused on improving the current situation. The geographic area of the study, that was Tbilisi and Ajara Guria. These are the regions near the Black Sea. And the focus group was organized, one in Batumi, one in Tbilisi, and so we received some interesting information as well. Main participants were the tour companies and operators, and also the hotels. And we see the distribution here in the slide. We also had guest houses, the restaurants, and also tour guides and transportation companies. As for the company size, mostly we had small and medium businesses. But as for the period of their activities, majority of them, they've been operating for 5 to 20 years, so they were well aware of this sector. As for the geographic area, 39% was from Tbilisi, 22 from Ajara, 14.9 was from Guria and other regions. As for the significance of tourism, I will not speak about that in details because of time constraints, and I would like to say just one thing. In 2019, tourism revenues that exceeded 3.3 billion USD in 2019, and its share in GDP was 8.1%. As for the expenditures or the expenses or the money spent by foreign visitors, that, well, actually, the service export, and here 71% is attributed to tourism, and tourism share in total export is 36%. This demonstrates that tourism is really very important for the economic development, and the COVID pandemic had a very negative impact on that. Speaking in terms of the negative consequences, it's for 2020 data about number of tourists. It decreased by about 80%, and to translate it into money, that is 2.3 or 2.5 billion. That was actually the revenue that was not received. The lost revenues, maybe. As for the components about the dependence on international tourism, here we see that tourism sector depends on international tourists. 47% is like 81 to 100% is attributed to them, and in total we can see that the international tourism has a big role, and there was a very big negative impact attributed to that. Overall assessment or estimates, what was the impact of the pandemic, and also what would be the evaluation of the business sector? In total, well, 81% gave a very negative evaluation or the feedback. As for the revenues, majority of the respondents said that 87% says significantly decreased their revenues. As for cooperation, as for keeping their staff and their employees, 43% said that they would lay off some staff, and as for 30%, it was difficult to make any kind of forecast, and only 16% said that they did not expect any changes in their companies, and they would not take measures for laying off their staff. Here we see the challenges in the tourism sector, financial difficulties. That was about the taxes and also covering the expenses, operational expenses. That was actually the problem, and also the repaying or servicing the loans, access to loans, and And also, as for the regulations, the performance and meeting the obligations under the regulations, it was difficult for them to meet all these liabilities. Also, the lack of qualified human resources. Previous researchers say that there was a lack of qualified human resources even before the pandemic, but after the pandemic, the problem became even more severe because of the problems. When the tourism started to face this problem, reduced revenues, reduced businesses, the qualified human resources would move to other sectors. That can be an important problem in the future. It is difficult to get these human resources back. We're talking about the highly skilled labor and qualified human resources, which is one of the negative consequences which is really worth paying attention. The problem of digitalization as well should be highlighted. And then the problems in regards to the digitalization became evident because, let's say, guest houses or small businesses, in fact, they are not ready for this challenge, for the digitalization, and that was another problem that really needs to be addressed. Uncertainty. That also created a big challenge. Uncertainty internationally or in the country. Let's say what kind of strategy there is, what steps to be taken in the future, and what adequate plans should be there. Zviad, maybe one more minute. All right, all right. There's one question about how would you evaluate the anti-crisis plan implemented by the government or the measures taken? Here, that was very ineffective. 35% said that it was ineffective. Effective, that was 15%. And there was a little share of the people, the respondents, who said that it was really effective. Recommendations. Very briefly, I will speak about that. That was about the tax breaks, also some allowances for bank credits and tourism business support programs, for instance, incentives. That was always needed. International marketing and communication strategy and its effectiveness, because although because of this difficult situation, effective marketing really plays a big role, especially the digital marketing. Because in this tourist map, Georgia should be positioned as a safe country. Well, that depends on many other factors, but they have to seize this opportunity because when the tourism opens up again, there should be some alternative to offer them to spend their holidays in Georgia. Also, recommendations about stimulating domestic tourism, to create a voucher-based system and also to have some government measures or to somehow implement the government measures or events, actually, not the measures, sorry, government events in the regions to stimulate the domestic tourism and also to ensure the active participation of the tourism department, active PR and marketing as well, and promotion. That was actually, and this is where I can stop. And these were the key points or key issues as a result of this survey or a study. Thank you very much, Zviad, for a very interesting presentation. It was really interesting to hear what our industry was going through.
საინტერესოა ვნახოთ ის თუ როგორ გამართლდა მოლოდინები ამ კვლევის შედეგებისა გარკვეულწილად ჩვენ ხედავდით კვლევის შედეგებიდან გამომდინარე
As for the expectations, what we can see, that was a pessimism in the private sector. Let me ask Nada Kwajantiradze. What about the pessimism? Is it over? Is it left in the previous year, or do we still have it? I would like to thank the organizers, the audience, the panelists. I would like to point out clearly that tourism is one of the important areas for the economy. In the pandemic period, everybody said that tourism was the most affected industry. And starting from this period, we had a very intensive and regular communication with our government structures to overcome these main challenges created by the pandemic. Zviad made very interesting and correct findings, and our association was involved in the survey or in the study process. And also there were some other studies. And it was really very important to identify and clarify where exactly that this sector needed support and help. And we, the association, we wanted to be a mediator or like a middleman between the two sides. But as for the support, the industry, the entire sector really expected to have more support from the government. And this 18 months was a very difficult process for the communication. As for tourism and advocacy, there were many activities, and we had a very friendly communication with there was a very friendly communication among different stakeholders, the civil society organizations, the associations, and government structures. And now, in terms of the requirements or requests communicated, that was about the elaboration of the support program, support packages, or creating the new tourism products. Currently, well, we know that this is really very important because nowadays the tourism reality has been changed a lot. We need to create a new destinations with a new vision about what we want to expect. How do we offer the safe tourism? Why do we invite them to spend their holidays or to visit our country? And what kind of interesting areas or destinations we are offering to them? And the main emphasis is about agro, eco directions, adventure tourism, also wellness and medical tourism, health tourism. That is also very important. But our priority is the cultural tourism that is that stands alone. Wine tourism, that's the whole package of tourism. As for opening the borders, this is a very difficult process. Nowadays, we have a connection by air in adherence to all the regulations, and also the land border will be opened soon. That is unconditionally very important for this sector to make sure that this really benefits us in order to ensure the economic growth. And our sector really has high expectations on opening the borders to activate the tourism, and of course that is all related to the internal regulations and safety measures. So we, the private sector and all the associations, we are motivated to observe all the requirements related to safety and health of people, because this is really very important unconditionally. the readiness of the sector. Well, they are ready to get as many tourism as possible and to offer the services in the country. But now, as for the current situation, we have a tight cooperation with the tourist administration, and we really want to simplify the role and function of the sector based on the season. We're now working on the recommendations for creating the common platform. This will be something like a one-stop shop for any user, including the businesses or individual traveler in the country or a tourist, so that they do not have to visit many different websites or look for the regulations, recommendations on many different websites. We want to have one place for that because we want to provide information to the tourists, everything what they need. And I will try to finish with optimistic vision. Yes, the future is quite optimistic, and the sector, which contributed a lot in terms of revenues, I'm sure that with the support of the government, with the support of the entire sector, we will get back to the benchmark that we had in 2019. I would like to thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Nada. It was music to our ears that environment. So we had some pessimistic period in 2020, but now it is in the past. It's still already history, and now we're focused on growth and prosperity and progress. And the business associations contributed a lot, as you said. The organizations like yours, and it needs to be pointed out that this kind of public-private partnership and communication is really very important to start the recovery as soon as possible. Also, let me point out that in this process, the Tourism Industry Alliance contributed a lot. That is the recently founded alliance, and we had the members of this alliance in the panel. And let me say that the sector is now growing. There will be more initiatives, and the roles of the business associations will be more highlighted within the framework of this partnership, and that will bring very big and good consequences after these recovery initiatives. Thank you very much, Nara. And now, as we saw initially with Zvia Deliziani's presentation, we had the challenges, and we still have it, and we have to point out that so-called digitalization is one of the key challenges of tourism in the post-pandemic period. We have to overcome that. Our European colleague will be speaking about that from the company Arctur. This is from Slovenia, and this is about the data analysis. So this is the company focused on data analysis. And the company leads the project Tourism 4.0 for the Black Sea, and they are now implementing the Slovenian model. Let me say that we're now in the pilot mode, and then we will have an opportunity somehow by the end of 2021 to have an opportunity to learn more about how we can replicate this European model in our reality, in our country, and then how we can evaluate the sustainable development of tourism through technological devices or data processing. Urska, thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Mamuka. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be with you together with you today. I will try to very briefly show you what we are doing in the project that I guess Mamuka just introduced a little bit. It's called Tourism 4.0 for the Black Sea. There are 6 partners from Slovenia. I'm representing Slovenian high-tech company Arctur, which is leading the project together with Romanian partners from Ukraine, Greece, and Georgia. And what we are trying to do within this project is to bring these complex and expensive technologies into tourism. The general objectives and the aims are to foster the commercialization of this high performance data analytics, complicated as it sounds, tools in tourism, demonstrate to regional stakeholders the benefits of use of these analytics, big data analytics, and then test concrete services in the Black Sea region and stimulate dialogue on Tourism 4.0 potentials with regional and European stakeholders. Briefly, just to show you what are we doing to understand, is just an example from the assessments that we are doing. This is a location with 16,000 inhabitants and up to 8,000 tourists per day in high season. So imagine 16,000, so a tourist location, 16,000 inhabitants, 8,000 daily tourists. What I want to show is just think for 1 second, what is the total amount of waste produced at this location? And what is the part of the waste produced by tourist providers? What do you think? Like this, or this? And this is something that we are doing on many presentations that we are doing around the world. And usually the result is like this. So the feeling that we have when we see 16,000 inhabitants and 8,000 people, tourists, that the amount of waste produced by tourists is huge. But the reality is like this. And this is what we want to change in tourism, not taking decision like this with some kind of personal opinion, but based on real data. And what we do in this project is this changing the perception of tourism basically on real data and provide this competent and quick response, which is so important now with COVID and the new situation that we are living, to local governments. Just showing you 2 examples from our piloting in Batumi and Najara to see the results, like based on 300 indicators put together with machine learning and big data combination, coming to easy to understand graphics and data that help develop strategies. What do we want to give you as a message to take home is that we believe that the use of analysis in other projects is very essential and would be crucial to develop a universal digitally based approach for assessing the sustainable impact of tourism at the Black Sea area. And we believe this project can be the first step in this direction and many to come. So everyone is welcome to join us in our Tourism 4.0 partnership. It's free, no obligation, just institutions, people, experts who are willing to make change in this area and use the data for the good of local community. So much shortly from my part, Mamuka.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Ushka. მეგობრებო, როგორც ხედავთ, ტექნოლოგიები ზოგადად
Dear friends, as we see the technologies in general and also processing the big data, this is actually the key to enable us to quickly assess the current state of tourism and also to carry out the respective policies and to respond adequately to the existing challenges. This is very important to introduce and implement these technologies, and with the support of the EU, this European model is now being tested in Georgia. And we hope that next year we will use it, and hopefully our tourist destinations at the Black Sea and Georgia overall as a tourist destination will be evaluated or assessed this way. So we will specifically know where we are, what is the current state of affairs in regards to the sustainable development, and what we should target for in the long run. This is the idea that we would like to elaborate, and we will expand and elaborate on that with specific case studies or examples. Now, Georgi Bregadze will tell us what is now happening in tourism, and well, we will use statistics for this. And also, he'll speak about a big project that also uses much data. Now, Georgi, hopefully you will do that, right? And you will show us in real time where we stand now in regards to tourism. So thank you very much, Georgi, for your patience. Okay, thank you. My greetings, Mamuk. I would like to greet every panelist and audience. First of all, I would like to follow up what Zviad said. Zviad gave us an overview, but he spoke about what was happening before 2020, and he highlighted the main trends. But I will try to fill in with the current data. I will speak about the activities of tourism administration, pre-COVID and post-COVID periods. What activities we have planned? Well, actually, COVID has not gone yet. COVID hasn't left us yet, but still, we have some activities already planned. And let me start by speaking about the world tourism. According to the World Tourism Organization, oh, now we have the same number of incoming tourists as we had in 1990, and the revenues have decreased by 1.3 trillion USD, and the global GDP loss was 2 trillion USD, and 100 or 120 million the jobs were lost, or they are at risk of being lost. And as for the international visits in Georgia, the decrease is by 81%. Now let's analyze the current situation, what we see now today. As you see, in January and April, we see the data. And so in the first column, you see the countries, the second January, April, then January, April 2021 change, and then percentage. And also, we need to say that if compare the data to 2019, international visits are only 11%, but tourist visits, this is 16%. Top 10 countries. Here we see the non-resident Georgian citizens. That is no wonder. They ranked 4 in the previous period, and also we have the significant increase from tourists and visitors from Israel. As for April 2015-2021, well, we have the better data as compared to 2019, and the international visits have increased by 140%, and we also have increase in regards to tourism visit, but we had a decrease for the one-day visits. International visits compared to 2019, this is only 15%, and tourist visits 22%. We need to say that just to compare the tourists in 2019, the share increases by, I mean, from 15% to 22%. As for the top 10, we have surprises. Israel ranks 2 because of air connection, and Azerbaijani goes below. The next slide shows the international visits based on the type of border crossing. Here we see that, well, the first graph says land, and the second says air by plane. And as for the air, I mean, this is Israel, Ukraine 5%, Israel 12%, Russia 3.7%. And if we compare the same to the previous period, we will see that the share of the land visited, that was 70%, but as for the plane, Russia was leading, and that was followed by Israel. In 2019, the land visits, land crossing was 17%, 75, sorry, 75%. That actually speaks about that so many opportunities will be there starting from the 1st of June. As for the revenues from international tourism, the revenues have gone down, but if we see the April data, we can see, well, the differences. This slide shows the implemented activities in 2020. In fact, although there was COVID, the tourism administration really had much work. Actually, we had so much work that we had to work at weekends as well. And here we see the main activities that we implemented in 2020. Then this slide is about the currently ongoing and planned activities for 2021. Let me say that we will emphasize agro-tourism, adventure tourism, wine and gastronomy, and also health and wellness tourism. We have to point out that in this process, USAID has been involved and they have allocated support. Sorry, there's no sound. Sorry, he is disconnected, unfortunately. But I would like to ask the audience if they have any questions. Please communicate that with chat. Before Georgi comes back, let me summarize the pathos of our presentation of our panel today was that the recovery process is going on, and this is positive, and that is proven by statistics provided by the Tourism Administration. Also, on the other hand, we have to point out that the government is now working on a special plan for the strategic development of tourism during the next 3 years. And we are looking forward to this strategy document. This is about tourism development and marketing activities. And I think that these documents will enable us to make our future plans clearer and to join our efforts and to recover our tourism industry. As the organizers are now informing us, well, we are behind the agenda still, and this is why I think it's better, and the organizers are also positive about that. Sorry, electricity was cut off. I got connected with a mobile phone. I think we have 3 or 4 minutes left. Otherwise, I was going to finish the panel, but I think 3 minutes will be enough for you. Yes. I will speak about the key aspects. I apologize for that. I would like to speak about the communication plan. The current communication plan is Georgia Safe Travel Destination. We cooperated with the cultural trip, and there will be 9 articles of written, and that will be disseminated through social network. Let me say that we are participating in 7 tourism exhibitions. 3 of them already took place. Also, tour. We participated in Madrid at tour, and we were represented there. After this event was over, there will be the meeting with influencers that will be very actively involved for the issues related to the promotion of Georgia. Digital transformation project is very important. That will enable us just to kind of regarding the statistical data, marketing, or reforming the main website, and just to improve it for the viewers, for the users of the website. Well, I will try to be very brief about the analysis, and I'll speak about the big data analytics. And MasterCard is offering this to us. That is about the air travel, also, well, including the flights or the bookings, and also air connection between the countries Armenia, Azerbaijan, Turkey. And also this platform gives us the opportunity to analyze the visitor behavior. The main source is the social network mentioning and also the analysis of their hotels and also keywords and products and Georgia, Tbilisi, Batumi, Gudauri, Kazbeki are the keywords. In the competitive markets, we will analyze the behavior that also includes Greece and Turkey and expenditures, by the way. I want to speak about that. This information is based on the credit and debit card payments. And I would like to show you some data about the payments made by the debit cards or credit cards. Here we see the data that is shown through the platform. Average expenditure per card is $678 and average transaction value is 32 USD. In case of the card, the total expenditure is divided by the number of cards and total expenditure is divided by the number of transactions for the second graph. And if we see the average expenditure per card, there's a big surprise compared to the international visitors. As you see, the US ranks first. Actually, we get the same information from the study of international visitors, but Azerbaijan is also ranking high. Otherwise, the study of international visitors shows that there is very low average expenditures from neighboring countries, Azerbaijan or maybe from Azerbaijan. This is because of the methodology, because this platform calculates the expenditures and payments made by the cards, and that includes all the visits, FIR visits as well. But for Azerbaijan, this data is valuable just to see from the viewpoint of MasterCard which segment is the one that spends most money. And also it is important to look at the value of transactions, the average value. Here the leading one is the United Arab Emirates, and here we see that one transaction, the average value of one transaction is 48, then it is followed by Azerbaijan and the US. Actually, this was all. My time is up. Thank you very much for your attention, and if you have questions, I'm available for you. Thank you very much, Georgi. We can say that that was quite positive, and so I'm happy to end our panel with this positive information. Of course, the event goes on. And let me say that the technology and the data really plays a big role in the sustainable tourism development. It is also good to know that the government is taking steps for that. I would like to thank all the panelists, thank all the attendees for their patience, and let me wish a successful panel to our next panelists. They will speak about the Georgian agriculture, which is also maybe very important, or maybe even more important than tourism. So I wish you good luck and success. Thank you very much. Dear friends, once again, I would like to greet everyone. Let me invite you to the third panel session of the second working group, and we will talk about the organic agriculture. The topics are current state of affairs in regards to the organic agriculture in Georgia. We will speak about the EU legislation on organic agriculture and the respective amendments, and how this may affect the development of organic agriculture in Georgia. So the problems and perspectives in this respect. I think that in Georgia for agriculture, organic farming and organic food production, it's a very prosperous area. Of course, if we dedicate dedicated special attention to that, and I'm sure that the panelists will be speaking about that. Now let me introduce Nino Tilosani, the head of the Agrarian Committee of the Parliament of Georgia, Mr. Georgi Khanishvili, the first Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Minister of Environmental Protection and Agriculture of Georgia. Mariam Georgiadze is next. From the Biological Farming Association Elgana, and Mr. Henry Delange, the Unit before Organics, and representing the Agricultural General Directorate. I would like to ask you, maybe you could speak 5 or 7 minutes because we are very behind the agenda very much. And so I'm now giving the floor to Nino. Could you please make your presentation? My greetings. I'm very happy to participate in this panel, and I will actually be very brief because it's a session day and I have to go out for voting. And I will describe the vision of the committee regarding the bioproduction. I'm very happy to see interesting speakers in the same panel, Mr. Georgi, who we call Gil actually, and Mariam, and Mr. Henry. And regarding the strategy and policy vision, what I can communicate is the following. One of the priorities of the committee is to support and promote the biofarming. We think that the ministry and the government has prioritized this issue that is directly linked to our commitment because we want to file an application for the EU membership, and one of the key priorities and precondition for that will be the development of bioproduction. So within the framework of this initiative, there is a working group, and Elkana is represented here. And whether it's an association or bioproducers, so for us, in the legislative space, the legislation, what we have, this is the law on food safety, veterinary and plant protection is for biofarming. We also have the resolution of the government of Georgia. This is the only legislation we have. But considering that biofarming or bioproduction uses the methods that ensures the keeping of environmental balance or environment protection or the efficient use of natural resources, and that meets the requirements for processing, packaging, warehousing, and transportation. All these issues needs to be a higher priority in the list of the issues. And this is why within the framework of this working group, we have developed redeveloped actually the vision that the ministry has. They are going to support and promote the bioproduction, and correspondingly, based on their visions, we also elaborated the committee policy document. Actually, this is the concept paper, not the document, and we will make it public and we will circulate this document among you. And here we highlight what the executive power should be focused on and what we have to do and where we should have the priority. Bioproduction support program also includes the list of the target production, and we have enlarged the vision that the ministry has. And we think that different types of fruits or nuts, winemaking, viticulture, and also cereal crop production, also non-timber forest products. There's a big potential for biocertification. And also in this vision document, we will share the component, which is education and training. However, we develop the main line of our activities. The foreign experts should be attracted to ensure that we can train the local human resources, local staff, and they will be working in the field, and they will also work with all the interested individuals. Also, it is important to provide support to many different people in marketing issues, also to promote our bioproducts. Here, the key is the activity of the government or the state, because the individual bio farmers will not be able to independently reach out to the big markets or to expand their production. And this is why, considering all the components of the value chain, it will be necessary to have the involvement of the government. Our opinion is that it is reasonable to increase the access to land for the biofarmers, to lease the land, but with the precondition that they will plant the respective crops there. And also, while developing this program, the cooperation principle should also be observed, because if the bioproduction and the biofarms are very small, then of course it will be difficult for them to reach out to the big markets and to occupy the niche that we think should be the target. The group certification, this is another good practice from the European standpoint, and indeed we have to point out that it is necessary to have the group certification. So in these important issues, the committee has its own vision and approaches, and we will share our vision to the ministry and to the public. We're going to work intensively and to be consistent in regards to providing recommendations and also implementing the recommendations, and also raising some more funds for that. We know that in case of the EU, starting from 2020, starting from the 1st of January, there will be the new regulations that were delayed because of the pandemic, and that will raise the standards that should be observed and respected for the bioproduction. There is a good indicator. There is an action plan, and the EU aims at achieving more than 25% organic farming by 2050 or 30 or 50, sorry. And we need to keep up with these developments. These were the news that I wanted to share, and I'm sure that you will have a very good discussion and good findings. Thank you very much. I have to thank you twice for communicating interesting information and for keeping it short. Georgi. Hello. It is very important that Nino, in fact, she established and communicated a political vision that has been developed for years, and together with many people engaged in biofarming. You know that in 2013, Georgia joined the EU regulations, 834, 207 regulations. We have joined that since 2007, and we have a document 2018 about joining more than 828 regulation, and this means that we will be approximated, harmonized with many European standards about the biofarming and bioproduction. So today we're now talking about how we're working on that, and as for the undertake commitments under the association agreement. So we do not have any delays, and I hope that we will take steps respectively. Currently, what happens? We all know that the documents are issued for biofarming, for winemaking, beekeeping, and also collecting fruits or foodstuff in the wild nature. There are certificates and there are business operators. So, but we know that this is very small. This is 0.4%. I mean, this is actually the area of the land. And this is not so impressive indeed. But as for the types of land that are used for agricultural activities, it is expanding. And we acknowledge at the executive power that there are many nuances because of which we can start talking about the bioproduction, because it facilitates the business development in agriculture, but also it improves the soil and maintaining the bio and ecosystem. And we have specific examples in the winemaking sector, and many people, many citizens, they go to the regions, they engage in vintage and collecting grapes, and this is becoming organic when people go out into nature. But there are nuances because of which these may not develop very well. And why? Bioproducts and well, the world market, this is a premium class, and we all know that. As for Georgia, unfortunately, because of the economic situation of Georgia, well, we do not have the prime class buyers in Georgia, and for selling the bioproducts, we have to find the sales markets in other area locations, and we depend on tourists and export. And there are many big concerns and issues about the markets. As for the bioproduction, we have the natural resources, but on the other hand, we have the landscape, and the terrain, which is mountainous, and well, there are many issues and concerns about that. So when we say that a certain region is ecologically clean or environmentally favorable, maybe different types of bioproducts can be produced, but we have some nuances, and sometimes it is becoming very expensive for the producer, and they cannot introduce the model fast. And we know that shifting the ordinary farming to the biofarming, that is related to many different difficulties, economic problems, losses, and of course we have to find some solutions for that. But it will be very difficult to address all the issues by the farmer. So if we know all this, if we are thinking about all these things, what we do, number one, there is no alternative to the European way, and of course the bioproduction that should be harmonized with the EU, and there is no discussion about that. It is out of question. What is also out of question? The approach. The bioproduction is a big part of it, and we have the irreversible processes here. The processes are irreversible, and it has been 3 years already. And we have the third prime minister, and there is a program, and within the framework of this program, or considering our small budget, we try to finance this program. Nino listed many issues, what I also touched upon with, but when we speak, and when we say that we need a program, we need a program for overcoming the difficulties that the people engaged in this activity they need. But you see, when there are difficulties about co-financing the certification or lab tests or food supplies, I mean the bio seeds or fertilizers or plant protection, when it is very expensive to buy all this, or marketing support or accessing the domestic or foreign markets, or in terms of different communication with different markets. And considering that if we are talking about the small size farms, it is impossible to address all the problems without the state support. This is why we have elaborated a program, and within this framework, this 2,000 hectares, we wanted to increase these 2,000 hectares into up to 5,000 to support the sustainable development, to build the capacity, enhance knowledge, and also use the technical support. There is so much work in the field of agriculture, and there are many objectives, and there were components including the co-financing of consultation and biomaterials, and also the direct financial support. Also importing the seeds and bio seeds and bio nurseries. You know that we also have the nurseries funding, and we started to finance the seeds as well. And also storage and processing, co-financing for that. And in regards to these projects, there was another component for expanding cooperation and financing for all these activities. So when we did this program, we intended to have it for 5 years. So during these 5 years, in fact, we had figures that I will try to highlight. According to the 5-year program, the total money was 37 million lari. Out of 37 million, so if we go to co-funding, 60 to 40, and there are many other activities, and the government needed 22 million lari. They needed to mobilize that amount of money, but unfortunately, in 2019, when we started to form our budgets, actually we had resources already, but because of the pandemic, many programs were left unimplemented, like 7 or 8 programs, for example, the wheat production program and many other programs supporting the breeding facilities, and we do not have many resources about the bio farms or bio production. But we continue working with the Ministry of Finance about how it will be possible to reflect it in the budget and how we can finance everything. Hopefully, our aspiration towards the EU in 2024, when we are going to file an application for the full membership of the EU, somehow it will be an opportunity for us to have more resources and to start funding the bio production, because there are complex activities and measures to be taken, and they need to be implemented in a complex way, because we have to see the possibility to implement all this together, because separately it will not be possible to be successful. This is actually the work of our ministry, the result and the work that we have been doing, and I think that in the upcoming years we will be able to work for the development of biofarming, and it will not be just a political decision or a political statement, because we really want to develop the biofarming in Georgia, and we want to ensure for Georgia that we can export the bio-certified products outside Georgia. And if you have any questions, I'm here for you. Thank you very much, Georgi, for a very interesting and comprehensive presentation. And Mariam, now the floor is given to you. I think I can start right now, okay? So thank you very much. You can see my presentation, right? Yes. Thank you very much. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to participate in this forum and to have to make this presentation. So I was not able to open it, but you can start the slideshow. How can I do that? Okay. In the menu, you can do that from the menu. But I see different things here. Sorry, I cannot see the full menu. Anyway, we can see that. Thank you very much for inviting me, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak about this issue, which is about organic agriculture in Georgia. And I hope that in this small period of time, I will be able to speak. And I represent Elkana, that was founded in 1994. This is the Biological Farming Association, and Elkana's vision was that Georgia's agriculture could develop if they were focused on the high quality products. And this is a European choice. And why? Because this is according to the policy document. By 2030, Europe and 25% will be the bioproduction in the EU. This is actually the target for the European Union. And as far as we are going to file an application for the full membership by 2024, it is important to take the steps because we lag behind in some areas, although we already have some documents and we have some statements already made by the state. Still, we do not really have any real instruments in place. Currently, our organization has 500 members. These 500 members also includes the associations and cooperatives, and in total, this is 2,500 farmers. Well, about 2,000 members there are, but as for the certified producers, the number is very low. We have 125 operators, and among them there are two groups. In one group, and by the way, Nino was speaking about the internal control systems and group certification, that actually reduces the costs, I mean the certification costs, and we have the group of beekeepers, 23 members, and about 500 members we have in the hazelnuts group, or the nuts groups, and 135 already have certificates. Other than Caucasus, we have another certification body. This is a Kiva certificate, and some organizations already have the certificate, although they are not directly our members. Well, the farmers have been interested in the biocertification, and Mr. Georgi already said that they are they're interested because of the international markets, because there is no local market for that. As for our members, mostly they have direct links to the consumers, and they buy to these users and additional costs for certification. This is the extra burden, and they do not want to take this burden. And only those producers that are interested in export, actually, it is only them who are certified. I see the diagram, and we have the number of bioproducers, and you can see there is some drop in a decade ago, but then I will speak about how necessary it is to simulate a bioproduction. But before, we had some little support, and we were covering the certification expenses, and then the number of producers increased. But then the assistance was cut off, and then the producers' number decreased, actually, because, well, this is the situation, and now we have an increasing trend again without any external funding. And without, so this is about what is going on, about the sectors and markets where our producers are now operating. Sectors are viticulture and winemaking. When the problem emerged, problem of wine export. First, who came to us were the winemakers, because they were interested in certification, because they wanted to explore the new markets. And also we have the beekeepers, and they came to us, or they emerged when it was possible to export to the European countries, and that is thanks to the work of government structures, because as for beekeeping and animal products, when the honey is understood to be the animal products under the EU legislation, and some time ago it was not possible to export the animal products, and there is an interest about biofishing, but we do not have the operators like that. And we also have the non-timber forest products, tea, nuts, and others, let's say berries, vegetables. They are just starting. The main countries where we export, this is the EU, Germany, France, Denmark, Czech Republic, Poland, Switzerland, the US, Turkey, Russia. There is also a big interest in Russia. However, it is not a stable market. As for the production of bioproduct and export data, well, there is a trend, increasing trend. Last year, that is the data of Caucasus CERT. As for the bio kiwi export, we don't have the data in that. 2,300,000 USD was in there. That was the organic product, the money received from the export of organic bio products. And then just the recommendations about why the bio farming. As you know, the terrain is mountainous in Georgia, and there is a issue of land fragmentation, and Georgia finds it very difficult to be competitive in the world market with the low, I mean, with the cheap or not expensive products. And now it's a challenge to offer the organic products and to occupy its niche in the world market. The bioproduction, this is the system of the agricultural production that supports the sustainable development and environmental protection, maintenance of the soil ecosystem and welfare. And in this respect, our country, it really matters a lot, and it is especially important. It was said, and I will repeat, that the bioproducts market, this is the premium class market, and I think this is actually the only market that is increasing every year, although other markets are diminishing. In this respect, it is easier to access this market if the respective standards are met. Besides, this is also very important for developing the high-value tourism. That should be our goal, because we should not become the country of mass tourism. We should be the high-value tourism destination. And actually, the tourists, they are looking for the
რეკომენდაციებში თუ რატომ არის მნიშვნელოვანი
and we can do that. As for the recommendations, why it is important to stimulate the bioproduction, Gela already mentioned that the bioorganic production shifting to the organic production, this is a difficult process because you have to change the entire production process. And it may reduce the productivity. And in this respect, it is very important to provide support to the farmers. Besides, and the certification expenses, these are additional expenses. And in many cases, the bio farmers find it difficult to cover all the expenses. And I would like to provide an example about it from our Baltic countries, from our friends, because when they became the members of the EU, they got the benefit of the subsidies, and now they are one of the leading countries regarding the organic farming. Georgia can do the same, but let me repeat that during these years, we haven't had any support for the development of bioproduction and from the government, if not considering just the legislative regulations, which is the new challenge, by the way. Starting from 2022, the legislation is being changed for the third countries that we belong to in the EU. And this is why we have to speed up and harmonize and select the regulation methods or the ways of regulation that will enable our producers to meet the standards of the European Union. What is also important as of today, what we see, there's a big activity or activeness. I mean, the Agrarian Committee of the Parliament of Georgia has been quite active, and they formed a group, and we're now working quite actively with them, and there's a program already in place. And I hope that this program will not remain just a sheet of paper like the previous programs, and that will be a realistic opportunity to develop and to give an opportunity to our country that is offered by the organic agriculture and successful implementation of this agriculture. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. What I can say is that our farmers, especially in the mountains, in the highlands, the farmers really have some perspectives, and it is prosperous for them to develop. And there is a project, Greta, by the way, and the project supports the farmers in terms of certification, co-financing, and also the winemakers, they also try to get certificates and to export the products out of Georgia. But both speakers quite correctly said that this is done by the people who are focused on the external markets. Unfortunately, in Georgia, bioproducts are not purchased by just ordinary consumers. Unfortunately, Mr. Henry Delange is not attending this session. He was supposed to make a presentation, and to tell the truth, I really had a question to him, but maybe Mr. Georgi Khanishvili knows the answer to that. As we know, N part 4 is focused on the sanitary, phytosanitary and certification program and supporting this program. And we also know that this project will be implemented by the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Do you know, or maybe you know, are they going to provide co-financing for the biocertification or to provide any kind of assistance so that the farms can get co-funding in order to get the organic certificates? I cannot give you the direct answer. I do not really have detailed information, but FAO is now working in many different areas within the framework of N Part 4. Some details are still being finalized, and I do not have the final answer. But as Mariam said, if we are going to get ready for 2024, we will need many resources because there are very strict requirements. So in many areas, we will try to raise the resources somehow to ensure that we can meet all the requirements. I share the position about the bioproduction. Actually, there are no financial mechanisms already provided. Yes, there is agro credit and some other support services, but there are no effective measures. And this is why we have to think and wait, but I think there can be some other opportunities as well. Miss Mariam mentioned, and I would like to comment on that, when we undertook some commitments because of various political situations, we could not afford the same things as Baltic countries afforded, and we are transforming our structures. You know that we had projects management agency, then it became agriculture and rural development agency. Now it is only rural development agency, and it is not just changing the names of the agency. Qualitatively, there have been main changes, and there are also extension services included. But now we are established as a paying authority. And we want to cover this process and finish this process quite fast, and also to address the issue of managing authority to increase our access to the European funding. And trust me that, and I promise that, yes, there will be many good things done in regard to the biofarming and also in many other areas. And we know that because of the lack of funding, many projects were not implemented. We do our best to be successful. May I say something? A few days ago, there was a so-called stakeholder meeting of NPART, and there's a very brief presentation about anticipated NPART 4, and in the priorities, there was organic agriculture. So one of the priorities there, it was underlined that special attention should be paid to organic agriculture, because this is a priority for the European Union. This is what I wanted to say. Considering that we have had quite a good working relations with the Food and Agriculture Organization, right? From the side of FAO, it was underlined geographic marking locations, and that is also very important for the high value tourism development. Geographic marking and quality marks. Yes, we encourage the farmers to be quite active, because this is the step towards a high value market. The buyer should believe that this product is really the product they want to buy. But unfortunately, there have been so many threats or hazards in this respect. And clear example is the cheese, because some write in the label that this is the cheese for khachapuri, cheese for many different purposes, but actually you can never be sure what kind of cheese it is. And the documents that I have already mentioned, the 2018 848, this document is about labeling and marking. That this is really very important for us to know. But by the way, the problem is, ladies and gentlemen, that when there's a new regulation, this new regulation means, whether it's a bio or non-bio, it means that they have to incur additional expenses, meet another additional requirements, which is necessary. But it is not easy to overcome all these barriers and hurdles, but otherwise, well, just to enter the European market or to supply quality products to our own country and to believe or to convince our customers that it's really the bio products, well, otherwise we will not be able to do that. It is really very important, the legislative amendments, as Mr. Georgi mentioned, the standards and control. We know that it was a big problem. Just a simple example, you would see that it was butter, everything was butter, but now we have spread and butter. Same goes for cheese, because you never know what cheese is made of. We don't know that, and unless we have it controlled, especially in the country, brucellosis has not been eliminated, and a subsidy program is required for eliminating this disease. And the government is now making the recommendation to produce cheese only with pasteurized milk. However, the high-quality cheese cannot be produced with this kind of milk. In this respect, we have to address many issues. We have to follow up. Yes, I can tell you that. Cattle breeding, Estonia. Well, we need 2 billion USD just to replicate the experience of Estonia, just to we have cattle with brucellosis, and 200 million will be the cost of kind of getting rid of the diseased animals. But when we have the agriculture, when we have 280,000 farms, but 70% is just 1 or 2 farmers only in small households only. There's a very big risk. We cannot assign 280,000 controlling personnel to these 280,000 farmers, and this is actually the what we need to transform. And these kind of husbandries or households should be replaced. And you know, we call it a grandma's cheese, but we want this cheese to be quality cheese, because in what is now produced, they are not taxed, they are not controlled. And on the other hand, it is difficult to sell the quality product, but on the other hand, it creates a health hazards. In regards to the production of bioproducts, there are many other hazards. Pasteurized milk, I agree with you that it is in conflict with the quality cheese, but even without that, still we are facing high risk. As for the production, if it is produced, labeled, and there are processes, or there are some minimum or basic standards observed, still we have to have assurances that the people get the safe products. Actually, people do not like to speak about that, but the public is also to be blamed, because the people should not be buying the cheese or meat or pork that is sold on the pavements in dust and in unclean environments. And if there's a buyer, there's a supplier. And if there are some products on the pavements, along the highways, so well, they are polluted, right? And this road is very difficult in terms of production, bio or non-bio products. Let's say cattle breedings, it will take 10 years to eliminate the brucellosis or encephalitis in the country, from the country, and to start discussing the access for Georgian meat products in the EU market. It will take 10 years, and actually that's a very long period, right? And then another issue is about the bioproduction. We have the regions where we have a better situation, but for the cattle breeding or the seeds or the plants, well, there are many other related issues, so I will not speak about that. Well, thank you so much for very interesting talks. As I see, we don't really have questions. I don't see. What about the moderators? Do you see any questions? Could you please tell me if there are any questions? If not, I would like to thank the speakers, the panelists, and if we don't have anything else to discuss, then we can say that this panel is over. Once again, I would like to thank everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Thank you very much, Koka. I would like to thank everybody. I would like to open the summary session just to wrap up. Unfortunately, Kaha had some connection problems. And let me ask David Aprasidze. Hello, David. Hello, Lasha. It's a pleasure to see you here. Our today's panel this is about to summarize what we have been discussing, and at the same time, I would like to ask you to present your project. And I would like to thank Mr. David. They've been cooperating with us successfully. We have attended the previous session together. We have the common interests. And actually, it was a joint event. And their contribution in our conference is really very important. They also provided financial support, and I publicly thank him. Okay, thank you very much. With a few words, I will summarize today's event. We had very interesting talks and discussions about the important steps that we had to take and what we have to take to get ready for the 2024 application. There were serious discussions. And of course, we've been missing the discussions, and myself, I would wish to dedicate more time to the discussions because there are many issues, many questions, many positions, and many things. And I think, well, still there are things still that haven't been discussed. And the formats where we can communicate many different opinions, this is really very important, and we're so happy that we could really have this conference. That is different from the previous conferences, because this time there was a very significant representation from our European partners. So we had the Euro Commissioner and the EU Ambassador, and also many important experts were involved to discuss many different issues. And I think that model is a success because this way we can have the debates with more responsibilities. And this is something that we have been missing because of these political confrontations. So I think that in the future, these formats, and this is an annual conference, and this is actually the conference for the last year, and we want to have another conference in the fall, in autumn. And as for other areas, well, we can use the same format for other events. We discussed the necessity of political reforms, and the opinion of the civil society is if we have the judiciary like that, it will be very difficult to think, well, can we make this successful application unless we continue the significant and profound reforms. Fundamentally and profoundly, we have to make changes in the judiciary, in the justice system. This process is really very important, and this is a process that was initiated based on the Charles Michel document, that is the fundamental change of the electoral system. Also, positive steps were taken already, and the opposition also acknowledges that. But this is not the end. This is not the final destination, because we have to take further steps. There are many reforms that we have to carry out as for the dividing the power, distributing the power, because when one party, the ruling party, has all the power and the remaining opposition was unable, they were not, they did not have the full authority or any authority, they did not have power. This is what we have to change. And this process started with a document initiated by Charles Michel, which is a very important document, but I think the power should be distributed not only in the parliament, so that the opposition has significant portfolios, but also there are many other domains discussed today. Let's say the public finance control, also General Prosecutor's Office, and that's it. And this is important. And here we need to have the political opposition playing a significant role. That's a significant discourse, and we have to follow up on that, and we need to continue. And it is very important for the parliamentary model when we have the coalition governments. The balance of powers and checks and balances, this is really very important and essential. There were important discussions regarding the small and medium business development, and many interesting and important opinions were expressed. We had good and emotional discussions about the space, about the program, other programs. That was quite good, and different opinions from the government representatives or the expert communities. And I think well, these debates should continue. As for the agriculture, we discussed organic agriculture. This is a very significant issue. And that really demonstrates how many problems we have in order to achieve the European standards, and how much work we need to invest in that. And tourism. And tourism, this is so important for the development of our country that we don't really need to kind of justify that. And there are important dynamics and the positive. And we understand that COVID has been problematic for everything, but whether we want it or not, so what steps we can take in order to adjust or adapt this industry to these challenges? Challenges associated to the COVID pandemic, financial crisis, or other types of crises that really represents a big blow and for this industry. And we know that this industry happens and so well, there are many other issues related to the women's participation in businesses. This is also very important. And I think that tomorrow will be also very interesting, because there are so many other important issues that we need to discuss. That's it, actually, that I would like to summarize. And tomorrow I will Well, we will continue tomorrow, but let me, David. And there will be one project now that David will be speaking about. First of all, I would like to greet the organizers. I was listening to you. That was a very informative session, loaded with news. And I know that it was a difficult day and everybody's tired, and so we can get some additional information from you, and you can contact us with us. And I agree with Lasha that it is indeed, it is very pleasant for us. It's a pleasure to cooperate with the platform. It has been a second chance, a second opportunity for us, and hopefully we will continue our cooperation. As for the project, this is the civil society initiative. Maybe you know that this is the continuation of the project that was implemented in 2017-2020 with the support of the European Union, and the main goal of the previous project, and for this project as well, this is to provide support to the civil society. Actually, we're doing the same as you do. But our focus and your focus, we know we are focused on the regions. We want the civil society to be active in regions, as active as in Tbilisi or in the big cities. And I know that there are several regional organizations cooperating with the platform, and for us this is very important. But as for the several issues I would like to highlight, and I want to share my screen, but don't be afraid, I'm not going to make a presentation. I just want you to show something. Who is doing that? I represent the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. We are the leader of the project, and we also have the Civil Society Institute, CSRDG, Center for Strategic Research and Development of Georgia, CTC. You know that, we know abbreviations, and we never say their full names, but Center for Trainings and Consultations and EDEC. This is from Kutaisi, but covering entire Georgia. This is the Employment and Education Center. We also have a German partner. One more thing. This is our Facebook page, and we're using CSO Georgia. This is the website. I'm sure you know that. So all the additional information. If you have any questions about the project, then you can follow us on Facebook or access our website. Just very briefly, our project has very interesting indicators. We started in February 2021, and it will be implemented until January 2025. It is important to point out that the sub-grants have increased. We had the same budget for the previous projects, and 715,000 euros was allocated for sub-grants, but now we have 1.5 million euros, and the amount can be, the range is from 500 up to 60,000. And we are going to issue 216 grants. This hasn't started yet, but we wait for just opening up many things in the country, not only tourism, but also, well, not only tourism, but also we expect to open up the borders. And from September, we hope to activate this component, the sub-grants and other activities that we had in the previous project. We will continue that. So thank you very much for cooperation. And as a result of our cooperation, we have had this very interesting day. And let me wish you have an interesting tomorrow. And if you have any questions in addition, then please you can access our Facebook page or the website that you are now seeing on the screen. And you will also find our contact information as well. That's the end, actually. Anything else? Any urgent questions do you have, or shall we call it a day? It's great to hear that we have more opportunities, and I think that, well, it was interesting piece of information for the people, and I hope, well, organizations in the regions will be interested in that because they need support. They need to build their capacities, and your support, financial or other kind of support, this is not actually by only the financial support. That will be very important and valuable for them. So I'd like to thank everybody who are here, and still we are quite many. If you have any opinions or suggestions for tomorrow, any ideas or any preferences, please, we'll accept all that. Just share. Then tomorrow we will start at 11 a.m. Please join us tomorrow because we will start and it will be an interesting day. I would like to thank everybody. I would like to thank speakers, the panelists, and moderators. I would like to thank you especially. You really worked hard today. Speakers, and of course our partners, the European partners, special thanks to you because you play a very significant role, which is crucial for us, and your attention is really something that matters a lot. And also we would like to thank the government representatives and the civil society organizations. So goodbye. See you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for organizing and for this titanic work. Our staff, the interpreters, and tomorrow we will thank especially the interpreters. And I feel sorry for them because we didn't really spare them. Okay, well, thank you, appreciate it, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.